Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Tonight, gonna dive into the material design 5.1 stuff. See if we can get this thing buttoned up, wrapped up, out the door, etc., 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 and go from there. So I think I got the what was it? The numeric spinner control that we were working on last time actually in and merged. There was some small issue on the PR. Fixed it, pushed it, rinse, repeat. Got that guy merged through. Um, and over the weekend, I took a vacation. It was wonderful. It was relaxing. Went to a wedding. Had a several days without kids. It was glorious. No coding involved, which was also shocking for a glorious part. But that also meant that not a lot of progress got made, and the other maintainers on material design decided to go and do, we'll call it a substantial amount of work. I think I came back to 162 unread GitHub notifications. So one of the maintainers, Michael, decided to clear all of the old discussions, all of the old stale issues, and just do a massive amount of cleanup. So if something got closed that you believe should be opened, feel free to leave a comment, those types of things. Oftentimes when stuff goes stale, we'll just close it because it's just taking up space. Especially if it's, we're waiting on repro steps and the original poster doesn't come back. Sorry, like if it's not actionable, we just close it. But with that said, we're quick to close and quick to reopen. So if something should be reopened, leave a comment. Not a big deal. Okay. Next thing. I so so I announced last time, and I'll point this out again, that the Spokane.net user group, right? There is an upcoming event. If I can remember to do this, right? Wow, what is my computer doing? Sorry, I am installing a Visual Studio update as we speak, and it is hanging my system repeatedly. It's very exciting. I don't like this. But there is an event that I am speaking at all about eye configuration. Oh, Pikachu, thank you. I appreciate the coffee. I've got Mountain Dew, and in a weird turn of events, I have a water bottle. We're trying the water approach as well. Yeah, I was feeling extra dehydrated today because it was hot out, so I actually grabbed a water bottle and filled it. But I am giving a talk on the eye configuration. We're going to talk about eye options, how the whole system works. It's been an area that I've answered a lot of questions for people on recently, and so it felt like very appropriate to go through and do. Sorry, I've got a weird window that sorry, one second. Microsoft Teams has decided it wants to crash and relaunch itself. That's exciting. But if anybody is interested, this will be streamed on YouTube. If you are local to the Spokane area, there is an in-person option as well. At a minimum, you can always register. And if you miss the live event or you're watching this recording, if you search for the Intelitech YouTube channel, I believe the recording will be there. Okay. Now the reason I opened this one is Intelitech. We kind of run a bunch of user groups, which is kind of cool. It's not posted yet, but I'm probably speaking to this one next month too, because why do one talk when you can do multiple talks? So the DevOps one is going to be a lot less code related. And if people are interested in finding these, this page has the links to all of these. Yuck, you need coffee, energy drink, ethanol. Yeah, Izzy, I hear you. But there was a conversation I had with a colleague, and he was specifically wanting me to talk on. That's unfair. I know. If you want to drop a link to the Spokane Rust group, feel free. But the DevOps one isn't going to actually involve much related to DevOps, and actually probably not anything related to code. The DevOps talk is going to be around pair programming, and how to kind of effectively train people. So I spend a lot of time pairing with people and answering questions. Some days it feels like that's my entire day, is just working with people, which I definitely do not mind. I love it. That's kind of what I enjoy doing the most. Sometimes it causes stress when I feel like I'm not actually getting my own tickets done, but If I could have a job where I just spent all day like parrying and teaching people, it would be glorious, absolutely glorious. But so in an effort to kind of convey some of that experience, there is going to be a talk showing up here. Now, I think I just saw an email about it getting about getting the post done for this like an hour ago. So this is like fresh off the presses. So it's not posted yet. You can go to the meetup site. It's empty. Like there's no upcoming events. Like it's blank, but expect there to be announcements in this area. I think it's going to be, if I remember right, you see, it's either like July 23rd or 30th. It's one of those Tuesdays. And oftentimes these ones get done like midday. So if we're talking Pacific time, like noon type situation. So Pikachu, that's actually one of the things that I am gonna talk through, because I think there's a spectrum, right? And you don't necessarily have to know a bunch to teach people. The amount that you know just limits how much you can teach, right? But you know something. For example, you know I like Mountain Dew, and you can teach that to others. The more you know, the more you can teach. So it's a sliding scale that just slowly gets better as you learn more. So that is so if people are interested in that one will be coming up as well, because we talked, and rather than me just doing a one-on-one with my colleague, he figured, hey, other people might benefit from this too. Why don't you just do a user group talk? And I went, sure, why not? Let's just do another one. I'm not busy. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. Okay, so material design and XAML, milestones 5.1, right? We're going to go through and clear some of these PRs, and I think I'm about to just punt, like we punted a bunch of issues before, and I'm probably about to punt more of them. But some of the open PRs, I think, address some of these problems. Yeah. Let's see. I configuration and generic hosts are some of the beasts of C# that once you have a hold of, you feel infinitely powerful. Yes. Yes. And it's also one that I feel like I've explained to people a lot. And so it's difficult to capture that. Oh, and on that note, on the note of capturing my knowledge, so I wanted to show this off. So I have this repo sitting out here, and I used to advertise this to people, but I've kind of stopped advertising it, and I don't know if it's useful. Okay, so there's code in this repo. You don't care about the code, right? Code worthless. What you care about is this subtitles folder. This subtitles folder has every subtitle for every YouTube video I've put out in like the last several years. Since like 5 years ago, right? And the cool part about these markdown files is they're hyperlinked, right? So if you're curious how this markdown file is generated, the code for generating it is inside of there. So you need a book editor. Oh, hang on, Pikachu. We're getting there. We're getting there. So this is done by taking the subtitle track from YouTube. So effectively, video gets uploaded to YouTube. YouTube will do speech to text, generate you a subtitle file. Wonderful, right? I then take that subtitle file, do a little bit of string massaging, and I output markdown file with hyperlinks directly into the YouTube video. And the whole point of doing this is then I can come into GitHub and I can just start searching this repo for things that I've said, and I can find links into my YouTube videos where I've talked about things, which is cool. But you know what would be even cooler? Is if this search wasn't dumb, because GitHub search is like just basic string matching. Wouldn't it be cool if this search was smarter? Wouldn't it be cool if this was the source data for my own little chat GPT clone? So next week, assuming schedules don't change, assume that we are going to build that. I have a colleague who is, we'll call him an AI expert. I think that's fair. We're going to say AI expert. And we are going to go through and look at using this as some source data so that I can literally turn myself into a chat GPT bot, which the KevDev LLM. Yes, exactly. So we're going to build that. And I think it sounds like a hoot. So so if you're interested in AI related stuff, next week we're going to build some. It's probably going to be some semantic kernel. We're probably going to cover some basic AI stuff. It'll probably be a little bit of RAG for people who haven't heard that term. Retrieval augmented generation, right? So it's the fancy new buzzwords that everybody's going crazy about. Yeah. But worst case scenario, if you don't care about any of that, you can always just go to the subtitle files. And yeah. So if you ever want to see videos that I have up on YouTube that haven't been published yet, you can find links right into them, because this doesn't wait for them to be public. This just sends it, because it can do that. Yeah, no such thing as AI, just some dynamic if statements. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. It's just math. Okay, so PRs. So, let's see. This one was from Nikolai. Hey. Hey, no good, Nick. Yeah. Welcome to the chat. We talk about a lot of stuff here, and sometimes I rabbit trail. I often rabbit trail. Yeah, so this is specifically trying to address this rating bar issue that is in the 5.1 release. Now, I think it's in the 5.1 release because Nikolai was fixing it and then got a fix in, and so figured, hey, I want this to make the 5.1 release, so great. Totally fine by me. That's why we have maintainers. Okay, so this one here. So this, and let me move myself to the other side so that I don't get in the way of this. We'll go bigger. And really want to collapse this sidebar. And it, oh wait, can I do that? Ha ha ha. Yes, that'll work. Okay. So we've got this. This suppresses the empty constructor. This works. My slightly, and it's commented, so it's fine. But my slight preference would be, rather than doing this here, I would actually do this type of thing where you assign to the property inside of the obsolete constructor and do the null bang there. That way, when we delete the obsolete constructor, everything dies together, right? So yeah, and this is one of those cases where it doesn't really matter. It's pretty unlikely anybody is instantiating this directly. This is kind of a control that we instantiate as part of the rating bar, so it's unlikely anyone encounters it. Totally fine. Okay, let's see here. So we've got so we are switching from relative source of find ancestor to relative source templated parent, which should be fine. And I think this was, oh, and that's the entire fix. Oh, interesting. So just that caused, hang on, let me go look at Nikolai's comment. Was that the entire virtualization problem? Although the issue is not the fault of virtualization. Yeah. Binding failures that seem to have a negative impact on performance. Yes, binding failures will slow down your app, so don't do that. Got it. Okay, so it forwards the rating bar instance down. Oh, I get you. I got you. Okay, so it's forwarding down, and then it can just bind directly to it. Because if we look at this guy, yeah, this is in the rating bar button style. Got it. So we forward down the rating bar button instance, because these are typically created in code, at least inside of our control. So it just forwards down the rating bar instance itself, slaps it in here, obsoletes this constructor, which we're no longer using within the library. Great. And then these bindings become simpler because they no longer need to bubble up. And then it addressed all the binding failures. Lovely. Perfect, Nikolai. Love it, love it, love it. Send it. Send it. Squash merge, squash merge, squash merge. And so that clears that. That clears the issue. It should have closed it. So just so people are aware, in GitHub, if you slap on the words like, there's a handful of magic words, fixes, resolves, and then pound and an issue number. When your PR merges, it'll automatically close the issue. It saves me 2 extra clicks, which is pretty important. Okay, so let's go here. Now let's see here. This thing failed a build. No. Expected Times New Roman. Wait, there was no changing. Hang on. There was no changes inside this PR that should have caused that failure. Let me just double check the changes. We went from var to string. Okay. We went from var swatch provider to target type new expression. Okay. Bool. Same on all of those. Oh. Yeah, so here's what we're going to do. Rerun failed. Yeah. Try that. Try again. Try again. Because I don't think that is a likely thing. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Let's come back to this one. Or no. This is the one. This one here. So Joris, hopefully I'm saying that's right. This was the one that we reviewed last stream, 2 streams ago. We went back and forth. We had some discussion. Joris had some thoughts about appropriate stuff, and then did a rework on this. So we're gonna take a look at this again, because I think, and there was, to summarize the discussion, it basically boiled down to, it's really obnoxious, the default WPF behavior. And so on one hand, I get the desire to fix it. On the other hand, it's sort of, kind of sucky. Also, quick call out, this is the proper way to declare an enum, right? Enums should, their 0th member should typically be either default, none, unknown, some default member, because the default value of an enum is always 0. And so the first member will default to the value of 0, and so you should make it be the default, right? Typically that means separating it from your real values. So that is perfect. Let's see, register attached. Let's see, the key things that we're looking for: make sure that the parent type is declared, type matches here, string matches, property metadata, padding mode content. Cool. And then, oh, there's a subtle switch here on ignore padding, changing the default value from true to false. We'll double check the usages of this. This is probably okay from my memory. I want to leave myself a little note. Sometimes I open comment boxes. Haven't done WPF in so long. I know. And I will say, it is old, but it is not dead, and it is getting a little bit of new life for Microsoft actually putting some investments back into it again. Because people were concerned that it was dying, and so they had to put out a very strong message saying it's not dead yet. And I don't think it's going to die until they actually produce a good XAML framework that can rival it. WinUI 3, I think, has the best shot, but I don't think they've put out a good XAML framework that rivals it yet. Yeah, the exact message that they put out at the build conference was, WPF is not dead. We're still investing in it, although when you look at the numbers, they aren't investing that much. It's very small team, very small amount of stuff, but they are putting development behind it again. But they also said that for new projects, they recommend people use WinUI 3 because that's where all the new stuff is coming in and going. And if you use something like Maui or similar, like it's WinUI 3 under the hood anyway. So yeah, I have hope for WinUI 3 too. It looks like it will have that potential, and they've been working on, like when WinUI 3 dropped, I would argue it was not ready for use. Like there was some stuff that was just so insanely difficult, it did not make any sense. So, but they've started to smooth over all those rough edges. There's still some stuff with like the debugging experience where you get these weird low level native exceptions bubbling up with no explanation. Um, yeah, and Maui, it's not necessarily Maui's fault completely because Maui is just wrapping WinUI 3. So if WinUI 3 has something sucky, Maui just inherits that, which yeah, Pikachu, don't feel bad. Maui is, of all the cross-platform frameworks, I would put Maui at the bottom of all, like, and so to be clear, when I say cross-platform frameworks, I'm considering Maui, Uno, and Avalonia. I would put Maui in third place given that lineup. Right? People have asked me what I prefer. I have a slight preference to Avalonia over Uno. But the more I've played with it, like Uno's not bad. Like it totally good. Swift UI isn't Swift UI the, I want to take a look at this. Yeah, I've seen, so I don't do a lot of Swift development. Yeah, this sort of declarative syntax, this is actually something that's gained a lot of popularity recently over XAML based approaches. You'll see people call it like C# markup in the .NET world. Maui went out of their way to make sure that they had an API that supported it. You'll see examples in Avalonia and Uno for doing it. You can technically do it in WPF. It just really sucks. The API is not there for it. But yeah, this sort of thing has been quite popular. I just don't do Swift, partly because I don't have a Mac, and so when I'm doing cross-platform stuff, I still build on Windows and then cross-compile for the Mac with one of the other frameworks. Let's see. Might have a good replacement for WinUI or WinUI 5. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing is, and hopefully this year Maui starts to get a lot more stable. If you look at what they're prioritizing right now, it's stability. But it's not like they aren't prioritizing a lot of new features for it right now because they're trying to deal with a lot of those things. And to some degree, I get it, right? Maui struggles because they're trying to be all things to all people. And so it's like they've got these Google dependencies, these Apple dependencies, these Microsoft dependencies, and they're trying to make them all work together, and it's not trivial. But Avalonia and Uno pulled it off. Like, I only have so much sympathy because other people are doing it. So yeah, and Maui is a little like they do all have kind of the same problem of you're writing and you're working in an abstraction and getting 3 different apps out and trying to make all that work. It's hard. Let's see. I have a final project that has to use Maui. It would be the first non-example code I've interacted with, and I have a single week to figure it all out. Oh boy. If you run into problems, Pikachu, you can feel free to reach out, like either via like the Discord stuff or whatever, because like we are doing Maui apps in my day job, and I have a bit of experience with it. Way back in the day when they had Xamarin University, I was a Xamarin certified mobile developer, so like I jumped on that bandwagon early. Yeah, native UI has been in a tough spot for so long, and that's why I think one of the things that hasn't killed WPF is these old ones that came out were done really well. Like they spent years baking before they released them. And now people keep releasing UI frameworks quickly, and it's like if it's not really well baked, it just doesn't stick well. It doesn't stick well. Maui not working on M1, M2 silicone. Oh yeah, ugh. Yeah. Yeah, if you haven't worked with XAML prior project, it can be really daunting. Solution is watch the stream. I appreciate that. But yeah, like XAML, I usually tell people XAML is a steep learning curve and worth it. The C# UI stuff works, but I spent so long learning XAML, I feel like I'm significantly faster in it. And that's probably personal bias from my own experience, but I feel like it is I feel like I'm faster laying UIs out with it. Pirates, who I consider my mentor, says they have no idea how anyone in class is expected to get through it. That is really tough. Like, when we teach at the local university, I won't say all the instructors do it, but I tend to do my own assignments because I want to know how hard they are. Sometimes I write an assignment and I think, oh, this will be easy. This will be easy. And then I go to do it and I go, man, that just took me 4.5 hours. Like, if it takes me 4.5 hours, I don't subject the students to it. Usually my bar is I have to complete my assignment in an hour or less in order to give the students a week. That's my bar. Because, like, me who knows things, or at least pretends to know things, if it takes me more than an hour, there's no way a university student completes it in a reasonable period of time. It just gets too daunting because they're trying to learn the stuff and do it. I already theoretically know the stuff, and if it takes me that long to do it, yeah, no. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. So we got, what are we in? Scroll viewer XAML, and I think this is the style or template for it. Let's take a look here. So, yes. Yeah, this is the control template for the scroll viewer. Okay. And so let's see, before we had an ignore padding false, now we are setting it up with a multi-trigger, which conditions inside a multi-trigger are anded together. So both have to be true. So if ignore padding is false and padding mode is default, then we fall into this. And so this is functionally the fix that Joris was looking for, is a way to maintain the old behavior, but allow people to change the way padding works, which is what this padding mode effectively is he made a very compelling argument that as long as the default still fell into the old behavior, if we allowed people to change the padding mode, it then made the padding property apply differently or correctly. Like, it is arguable that his proposal is the correct way that padding should work, because it is odd that padding shrinks the scroll viewer's viewport. That feels wrong rather than being padding around the content of the scroll viewer. Like, I get it. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, and then down here, what are we doing? So same file inside the style rather than the control template. We put in a multi-trigger, and the trigger looks for ignore padding false, and then padding mode content, which is the other enum value. And in those cases, it sets the content template and implements the same behavior as he had before. Beautiful. Okay, so the only thing I want to do is look at the usages of ignore padding, because I think that posted a wireframe. Ooh. Whoop. Um, Sorry, I wanna move this over. I'm curious. Let's take a look. Red connect, updating, refresh button. That's interesting. You said wireframe, so I assume this is just the layout, not the actual UI. Employee list, add new. Ooh, paging controls. And then you've got master detail on here. Ooh, light dark toggle, sound toggle, text size. Oh man. Is this like um Yeah, text size. That'll be, yeah. This is greater than 4 hours. Yeah, there's a lot here. It's is this expected to be so? So it doesn't look like all of these things. Well, hold on, let me look. What do we got here? Because we've got home. Was that home list? Uh, bookmark user settings. So I'm guessing this is your settings page that maps from this button here. Not entirely clear what the refresh button is for on settings or on the search page. This button confuses me. I'm assuming it's a button. Maybe it's an icon. It's just that this is the refresh reload icon. So it looks a little funny. Yeah. Wow. Updating. It's interesting. This updating is really shocking because typically in a mobile app, when you see an updating screen like this, it's for downloading additional content. Like a lot of mobile games do this, right? There's your main application package, but then you can have data packages that get downloaded when like the app is launched or the user hits particular places in it. That way, the app size is kept small for initial install, but can grow based on the user base, right? It's for the employee DB refresh. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Seems weird that you would need it, but okay. Great. I assume this is just a SQLite database on mobile. Um, some of these buttons and icons and similar is like this style of icon is very much iOS-y. Um, like if this was a cross-platform UI, I'd. But again, you said wireframe, so I'm going to assume this isn't dictating the UI as much as functionality. The fact that there's like a paging control here is interesting and kind of surprising because paging is not trivial to implement correctly. Like paging alone is hard. It's also a little weird because like the list view supports dynamic loading, which in my opinion is just as easy to implement as these buttons, but whatever. Um, yeah, and then you have an edit and a save. Yeah, yeah, no, and wireframes are totally fine. Like this is totally fine because in general wireframes are just designed to show kind of layout and interaction, not to dictate UI, right? Because if I was looking at these and somebody said wireframe, I would go, "Great, this is here." Like there's Joshua, plug your ears. Um like there's things like this that are where's the screenshots that do wireframing like this that are it's kind of like back of the napkin drawing, right? To be very clear, this is to show interaction, not to dictate UI, because some developers they get something like this and they go, I must make the pixels match, and they get wrapped up in that. But yeah, this is I made this in Canva. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so like this is good, but this is a chunk of work. I'm also curious what the sound thing is because it doesn't look like there's a lot of sound built into this. Yeah. Um, especially if you're struggling to get it done, what I would probably prioritize doing is attacking this kind of one very simple screen at a time. This list screen, um, and then showing the details when you tap on one, which I assume is what happens when you hit one of these things. Right? I tap on John Smith. I get to see the employee details. I would focus on getting that much of the interaction in and done. And then prioritize these features one at a time because like I agree with the comments in the chat. This is if you're doing this on your own in a week, that especially for somebody who is new to Maui, this is a chunk of work. This is a decent chunk of work to get this in. Yeah, never made a Maui app before. A week's ambitious. Very ambitious. Um, yeah. If you run into questions with, so a couple things that I'll point you to as well. Let's see. .NET Maui theming. So there's a few things that if you grok these concepts, they will make your life significantly easier. So, for example, this one here. So your light dark theme stuff, if you do it correctly, your world is easy. Like you could brute force this, right? Like on the toggle change, you could go through and do a bunch of work to change all your colors. That's the brute force approach. And an app on this size, you could totally do it and get away with it. It will make your life easier if you go through and do themes. So specifically exactly what this thing is calling out, where it says, okay, you make a resource dictionary, you name it light theme. You make a resource dictionary, you name it dark theme. In your case, these colors are whatever colors you care to have defined. They've used naming that follows material design in this, but like you're talking like page background, right? That's one theme color that I see. Text color is another one that I see. Yeah, hello world tutorials. Yeah, it definitely, and the tooling doesn't make your life any favors. But then you have like you've got like primary foreground, which is your red, and then like secondary, which is your, in this case, light orange here. And those ones may be consistent. I'd probably have to look closer. It looks like the red may be a little darker in light theme, a little lighter in the dark theme. Regardless, declare out colors for each of the things that you're looking to do. But then once you have these two resource dictionaries declared, the style guide, 2 oranges and 1 red. Okay, perfect. Yeah. But give them a name, give them colors for your light and the dark, and even things that are the same. I oftentimes will still declare all my colors here, and if it's like the same color on both light and dark, no biggie. That's fine. It just means if you ever wanted them to be different later, you could. Then you pick your default resource theme here, so whatever you want the app to start in, light or dark mode, because it has to start in some mode. And then down a little further, you can do something like this when it comes time to swap between themes, right? And then inside of all of your XAML, the key thing to do is make sure that when you're referencing one of those theme colors, you use the word dynamic resource. If you use static resource, it won't change. If you use dynamic resource, then when you swap those resource dictionaries out, everything updates. All right? So if you lay it out this way, it'll make this checkbox or toggle switch a breeze. Right? This one, it makes this very easy. Now, you can also do something similar because you'll note up here, there's nothing requiring that the things in this resource dictionary be colors. You can put whatever you want in these resource dictionaries, right? So you could put your font sizes in here as well. I probably wouldn't because you want your font sizes changing based upon this, but the same principle for doing font changes could apply here as well, right? You could have 3 resource dictionaries, small, medium, large. Swap out the resource dictionaries, right? You'll have to be careful that you don't, like, if you're swapping for theme and for font size, you'll have to be careful that, because this is just blindly clearing everything. Maybe don't blindly clear everything. Maybe be slightly more intelligent about what you clear or what you re-add. But as long as you make sure you add in a font size resource dictionary, you could have a different resource dictionary for small, medium, and large fonts and store all the relevant things in there. Maybe that resource dictionary just contains a single size. But the key thing here is then if you reference your font size with a dynamic resource, then as you change the font size, the rest of your app just updates and responds. So that's the kicker. Dynamic resource on anything that you want to change at runtime, static resource on everything else. Because dynamic resource is more expensive, than static resource. So typically styles are going to be static resources because your style doesn't change typically at runtime. But your colors or your font size is byte. So those would be dynamic resource. So something akin to that would do it. And then I would, like I said, like it's probably too early to say damage control, but I would probably start with the list and the details and then probably do save edit next and then back up and try some of these other like searches, the main loading screen, that kind of stuff, because these are deceptively, like, this screen is deceptively difficult for how little is on it. Yeah, it's 110% damage control mode. Yeah. So I would, just in terms of like, if I was putting this app together to try to like demo something for a client and I was worried about not having things done in time, I would focus, like, my primary thing is this looks like an employee management type situation, right? I would then start prioritizing features. Most important feature is being able to show a list, right? Next most important feature is being able to display a thing. The add new and the edit are probably going to be very similar because typically those are the same UIs, one's just pre-populated. So after getting list and details, I might do add new next. I do find it interesting. I'm noticing there's no delete, but maybe that doesn't matter. Who cares about deleting? We don't fire employees here. But then basically just start prioritizing features. Like, I wouldn't do the paging first. I'd have this be a straight list view. Just get them all in the list, tap on the list, get into the details, get those displayed properly, and then work on adding in the additional bits of functionality. Because once you get the first couple going, you'll probably notice things start to get a little bit easier. But inevitably what happens is you're going to get onto one of the features and something's not going to work right. Right? Something that should be easy, there's a typo somewhere, especially when it gets to crunch time. That inevitably always happens. Whenever you're in crunch time, you make more mistakes. And so just be prepared for that. But yeah, I would start list, details, and then probably add new, and then work from there and see what time is remaining. Because honestly, just those within a week, I think, is probably a week, especially for somebody brand new. Okay, I wanted to look at this. 35.79. This is Velopack. We're going here. 1 week, much coffee. It was nice knowing you all. Well, again, like I said, if from my perspective, when I was a student going through and doing this, I'd be looking for what can I do that at least lets me turn in something that I'm proud of for the assignment, right? Rather than getting some things part of the way, it's usually better to do fewer things well than a bunch of things poorly. My perspective. Like, because if you've got a few things that work well, you've got something to show. If you've got a bunch of things that don't work, you have to kind of like you have to like talk around it and you don't have as much to show. It's much easier to say, hey, I didn't get all the features done, but here's the 3 that I did do, and these ones work. Okay. At least you got 3 that are in and working, especially if the instructor gives partial credit or similar. Much easier to do that. And typically, at least my experience is most it's crud. I always wondered why it's not Arcud, as that's how you write it all. I mean, you're not wrong. I have to assume the final end of sprint meeting is expecting me to fall short, but still. Yeah, it's possible. Is this a team project or a solo one that you're doing? Okay, I want to just look at the usages of ignore padding because I think the changes solo project. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, that is a lot for a. Okay, good. I just wanted to check the usages because that subtle switch on the default for ignore padding gives me a bit of pause. Because these are all switching them to true. And this is sitting on false. And I think, okay. Yeah, I think this switch is correct. Okay. Good. This looks great. Okay, so we're going to approve it. Looks great. Thank you for the rework. You on the Discord. Do interested in okay, so we're gonna do that. Sprint planning is just a wet finger in the air of if all the ducks line up and I don't have a dodgy scope on my cannon. I mean, yes, this has actually been a long-standing debate because I work for a consulting company, and every client basically wants to know the same thing: is how long is it going to take and how much is it going to cost? Right? Like they ask the question in lots of different ways, but really at the end of the day, that's what they want to know. And with a lot of agile-based projects, that's not an easy answer to give because it's, okay, we'll do this much, we'll see what we've learned, and then we'll do the next step. We'll do this much, then the next step, this much, and the next step. And there's a tension there between providing guesstimates, right? Because they're far enough out, they're blind guesses at times because it's like, I don't know. We don't have enough information to give a good, accurate estimate of how long this is going to take. So, yeah, the sprint end is this is how many ducks were in a fight and how many blanks were in the chamber. Oh, Izzy, I love that. I'm gonna have to use that. I might have to use that. Okay. All checks line up. Good. Okay, so this thing just needed to rerun test. That concerns me that there's a test out there that's flaky. So that is mildly interesting. Okay, so let's see here. See, this one was, I think this one was pretty simple. This one was the author put out a, yeah, why didn't I use should have used the check boxes. I hate when I forget to do this. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. So the whole idea here is the author started moving a lot of the shared code because we have two demo projects, Material Design 2, Material Design 3. And so just some of the common stuff like the value converters, just threw them in a shared project, reference them, which I think is perfect, right? I have high hopes of, because these just all got moved. I had some feedback on the shared project because there was a few things that were handled. I'm surprised implicit usings isn't, let me just double check. Is implicit usings turned on at the top level? Sprint poker is how many rounds I need in a machine gun to hit the duck. Oh, okay. I'm going to show off one more thing while I'm here. So this is a little app on the note of pointing poker and similar. Oh, apparently I had an update. Great. This is a little app that I built. It's open source if anybody cares. So if you don't like something about it, PR is accepted. A handful of our teams use it, but it's a very simple app. As you can see, there's no auth, right? So it created me a room, and actually I'm going to change the room ID to be like, if you want to, you can make the new Kevin, right? And then if I drop the link in chat, analyzing why the dog didn't die based on where we hit it. Oh, I love it. But it basically gives people a way of coming in here, right? Like I can come in here and switch over and say, okay, I want to vote. So as we're going through, we're doing this, right? Oh, Pikachu, you can actually drop in, but like the facilitator then has the ability to like show or hide the votes once everybody's voted, and then it can automatically reveal votes when everybody does it. And it's just it was a fun little exercise with Blazor and SignalR and all kinds of stuff to just throw something out. You can find a couple streams on my YouTube where I worked on this if you just search for Pointer or Pointer Star. And then you can look, that one's gonna be 34. Thank you for voting, Pikachu. But it's a very simple one. And then when you're ready, you hit reset votes and you move on to talking about the next ticket. And apparently there's some clock drift issues, which is exciting that my clock is apparently off by like 30 seconds from the server. So that's fun. Oops. Clock drift is hard. This time wasn't a real big deal. It's basically just keeping track of how long the team's been discussing something, because this was kind of like a passion project for one of our project managers who was annoyed that all the free ones online either were loaded with ads or had constant downtime and didn't work consistently and all of that stuff. So I was like, I could build one of these. Oh, this reminds me, you get free QA if you get your coworkers to use something. Something I learned from this app. Correct. This app was very much a test in production, right? So like I can preview the votes and see it, and there's no security, right? Like, and I can see when everybody's voted. Poof. Okay, Pikachu voted 3. Izzy voted 13. Discuss. Maybe we compromise and come down to an 8 or something, right? Or a 5 or whatever. And then we go back and forth. And it's a very simple app. And then if I decide that Izzy walked away from his computer and left his browser open, because that, people do that. And because this thing doesn't have auth, I can't kick somebody from a room because the connections are all based upon their browser being open on SignalR. You can take this and you can punt somebody down to the observer role if you want to do it. So you can't kick them from a room because as long as their browser's there, it's going to reconnect, which is annoying. So I can kick the connection, but their browser will just make a new one. And because there's no auth, it's like brand new user. Way to go. It's like, yuck, that didn't work. But you can punt them down to observers so that they don't affect your votes and whatnot. So, yeah. If anybody wants to use it, you are welcome to. It is free. It is open source. I host it on my Azure. I think it costs like 3 cents a month to operate. It's dirt cheap. So, it is a beautiful example of build and ship all the things. So, yeah. But yeah, if anybody wants to use it, knock yourself out. And if you find bugs, open issues, or send pull requests if you don't like something. Okay, here we are. So this one here was specifically, and I think this was one of the last ones for the 5.1. There was a request to add additional overloads to show dialog with identifier. Let's see. Create an overload method that accepts a string identifier exactly as is in dialog host show dialog. It would be nice to define an identifier. Yeah, so this was bringing that in. And then Michael asked if this was to confirm the functionality that was needed. Great. I think did we not merge this shared library one? Oh, right. I was checking because I was confused why. Yeah, implicit usings isn't on at the root. I don't know why. This code is fine. Approve and run. Yeah, honestly, Izzy, if people are interested in doing deployment stuff, I actually I do a ton of it. Like this is what people hate about me at work is I will switch hats and do different jobs. So I'm very happy to play DevOps engineer. Right? Like it does not bother me at all. And because at the end of the day, you have to be able to ship stuff. So one, if you're interested in the sum total of the pipeline, .NET build, .NET test. I do some code coverage stuff because I wanted to report those things out. There's actually a fun thing if you're interested in how to do, like if we go and look at the pull request. This was one thing I was proud of. I was mildly proud of this. Let's find one that was a real. As you can see, I also have Dependabot auto pushing chain, whatever. Dependabot can exist. Dependabot opens a lot of PRs, but doing this code coverage comment directly on the PR, this is actually something that takes 2 workflows to do properly and not accidentally expose things, which is important if you're working in a public open source repo. So it generates the report, but to actually take that report and post it as a comment, you don't want your PR pipeline with write access into your repository because that will bite you in an open source situation. So it writes this stuff out, uploads it as an artifact, and then this guy kicks off based upon when the other one finishes, pulls down the artifact and pushes it up. But this is the one that actually has write access with a special token, right? So that's the only mildly interesting thing. The rest of this is just straight .NET publish, right? So if it's not a pull request, we're going to publish. We're going to upload the artifacts. This is my auto merge for Dependabot so that every Monday when Dependabot gets all excited about all the new NuGet packages, it doesn't like need me to click approve on all of them. That's too much work. So it auto approves them and then just ships it. And then this deploys it out to an Azure web app. It was that easy. And the only thing that's mildly interesting about the app service that's out there that's doing this is I had to upgrade it off the free tier because we actually bought a domain name and we wanted to have a custom domain name. Like that was it. So, okay, we auto merged that. Great. Okay, so this dialog host one. But yes, if people are interested in deployment stuff, like I absolutely love it. See, at work, I've just been promoted to top level team lead, so I am failing upwards. Probably because I replaced 2 software senior laptops with slate and and a chisel. Hey, Apollo, welcome back. Good to see you again. Hey, is he failing upwards counts? As long as you weren't promoted to make you stop writing code. Like I've seen some companies, that's how they make people stop writing code is they promote them. It's like that is not a solution to a bad developer. That is not a good solution. But I've seen some people do that. It's like the easiest way to get rid of this guy writing code is just to promote him. It's like, no, that doesn't fix the problem. That just makes it worse. Now he's giving direction to people and the direction's going to be bad. Like you got to fix the actual problem. Okay, so this adds some overloads. So specifically, this is the show dialog extension on window. This one was taking in content, and then this adds in the object identifier. And I think this is fine because this is all around the get first dialog. Before it was just taking in window and doing this. And so now it would have to follow up. See, random question. But what would you use if you wanted to make a blog these days? I have to build a blog from scratch eventually, but preferred something easy right now. Oh. I actually have some thoughts on this. Sad part is I'm probably not the best one. Hang on. I've got. Where's my. Kalen's. Hang on. There is someone smarter than me. Let's see here. What is this guy? I didn't look at what he was actually using. Okay. So if I were to start right now, if you want easy mode, this is actually the easiest way to do it, in my opinion. Right? So this one here, and it does depend on whether you want to do a user or organizational one or you want it project based, right? So there are options, but this is probably the easiest. It's based on, so it is a very simple mode way of doing it, but you set up a GitHub repo with a particular name. You enable GitHub pages on it. You pick a theme, and then you just upload markdown files. And that's it. Right? You write your blogs in markdown. You get a bunch of nice, easy stuff. Where's the theme stuff? Now that you're up and running. Yeah, Jekyll's the backing theme. But where is there's a themes section of this where you can just wait, is this different than Markdown Docs? This is how some other ones do it, where they do static site generation, right? Because the hard part is if you just upload Markdown docs, at some point something has to do conversion from Markdown into HTML. At the end of the day, that's what it has to do. Yeah. So let me see. There is a yeah. Yeah, so there are a bunch, and you'll note, here's these ones. This one here will give you the theme pages, and it does come down to there's a lot more options available to you if you want to do your own hosting as well. So there is that kind of thing. By doing GitHub pages, GitHub takes care of the hosting. You don't have to, but I don't like it, so I'm not sure why I'm recommending it. Yeah, that's a very fair question. If you're willing to host your own stuff, and there's also like hosting providers out there that will usually do these static site hostings for cheap or free, because it is stupid easy to do and stupid cheap. If you want to host yourself and deal with that kind of thing, you've got a lot more options available to you. But GitHub Pages is probably the easiest thing to get up and going. I did one for myself. I think it took me 15 minutes. And it was only because I hadn't done it before and I was reading the docs. Azure free tier. If you do decide to go self-hosted, if I might plug an option for you, you can technically host there. Where is the see all free services? So the app service, but there was the Azure, what is it, the static? Where is it? The Azure static hosting stuff is dirt cheap or free, I thought. Static web apps, yeah, there we go. So an Azure static web app on the free tier gives you 100 gigs of bandwidth. You know how hard it is to hit 100 gigs of bandwidth serving up a static site? You have to like load it up with big images or something to do that. 2 custom domains and 500 meg of storage per app. You could do a lot of blogging in that. And then if you look at the pricing for Azure Static Web Apps beyond that, so if you outgrow the free tier, the pricing is, yeah, you'll note the dollar sign is like insane. It's really, really hard. So if you do need to upgrade into the the higher tier. So you do get the 100 gigs, and then they charge 20 cents per gig after, more custom domains, free SSL certs, included storage, enterprise grade edge, if you want to, like, all that stuff. So if you do want a static host and you have a static site generator, it's a lot of the static site generators. What happens is you stand up a GitHub repository, a GitHub action that takes in your markdown or similar, does the generation, and just pushes the output of that into an Azure static web app. So you then the sky's the limit. Once you have it hosted there, then you're free to go. But again, that's extra steps that you need to do. Yeah, I might do that one, making my own blog from scratch. Going to use Blazor for it in the future. Yeah, and there's, I think I remember seeing a couple blogging engines actually built out in Blazor before as well. It's exactly what our doc site does for my company. Yeah, it's very common that that's the pattern. And especially if you want, if you're willing to go down that route of setting up your own GitHub action and pushing to your own custom host, like, there's so many options out there. Pick your favorite. Well, don't pick your favorite. Pick one that's popular and has a good community around it. That's what you want. Because the one that's popular and has a good community is the one that you will end up finding the most help on. Okay, let's see here. So we got get first dialog, and this is the one that brings in, I kind of want to look at the code right above this because I have a strange feeling. Yeah, okay, so here's the one without the identifier. Here's the one with the identifier. So the dialog identifier comes in. The only thing I'm not sure I like about this is if you pass in a null. I guess if you pass in a null, it doesn't make sense. If you pass in a null, it shouldn't match on the... Yeah, I guess that's correct. Additionally, the build process for markdown sites is next to nothing. Yeah, it's like, I think it takes longer for the GitHub action to like spin up the runner than it does to actually execute in most cases. Insane. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this looks nice. Yeah, and you'll find that there's the built-in ones that GitHub Actions has kind of in the box, but there is a huge number of like community ones because so many people have done it. Like, there's a lot of Jekyll themes out there. Yeah, there are a lot of good markdown parsing libraries if you end up deciding that you want to roll your own and convert. Like, it's not terribly difficult to do. In fact, if whenever you get to that, my colleague who's coming on my stream next week, Casey, I believe he's very familiar with markdown parsers. I think we're planning on using one for our make me into a bot feature. Oh, I actually want to make your own markdown parser with C#. Cool. So as long as you're making it because you want the learning opportunity, if you're trying to do something quick, there's good libraries out there. But some people learn best by doing. And so if it's partially for that, yeah, go for it. Yeah. I don't know if we're actually going to do a deep dive on markdown parsing. So here, I showed it earlier, but I'll show it again real quick. I've got a repo that sits out here that most people don't know exists because, and yeah, if we look at the commits, you'll note that there's a lot of just bot commits, and specifically this subtitles thing contains markdown with the subtitles of every stream I've done in the last 5 years. And so what we are looking to do is basically build a ChatGPT style clone of me using this as its source data to ground it in so that it can answer questions as me, because I've spent a lot of time answering questions here. So I'd like to say a wealth of knowledge. Yeah. So yeah, the how, come back next week. And it may span a couple streams. We'll see. The last time we did an AI stream, we built a little app that, what was it? We recorded a chunk of audio. I'm trying to remember exactly what we did with it. We recorded a chunk of audio and then we did like speech to text on it, and we were done in like 45 minutes. We're like, oh, well, that was a little too easy. So this one might take a little bit longer because we'll have to like dive into some AI topics like vectorization, RAG, retrieval augmented generation, and some of those types of things. But it's actually not terribly difficult to build like one of those chatbot style things. It's actually stupid easy, like insanely easy. So we may do one of these, and then we'll see how useful it gets, because I told him like my long-term dream would be, and I've contemplated building this, but I'm scared to build it because I'm willing to bet GitHub builds it at some point, is I would like something like when you go to log an issue, right? GitHub will get started, right? GitHub will try to check and see if there's existing items out there that match what you're writing. Right? Let's see. Add dialog host identifier. Right? Oh, and this one even turns off some of that. That's even worse. But what I would really love is a bot that watches new issues coming in, scans prior issues, scans my stuff, and leaves comments on there going, hey, I see you're having this issue. Here's some possible solutions, right? It not necessarily saying, hey, this looks like a dupe, but here's some issues, or here's some similar things that might solve your issue. And if it does, then the original reporter can close their own issue and I don't have to do it. That sounds odd, because a lot of times there's things that I've either already answered or similar things coming through, and it feels like I could make a bot to do that, or at least a bot to help, right? I don't want it in the driver's seat closing issues, but I wouldn't mind it if it threw a comment on there and tried to help people when it thought it had an answer. So that's what that's long-term what we're shooting for. Initially, we're just going to make a little app that we can chat with and have it talk like me, which sounds utterly terrifying, but hey, why not? I actually tried the Microsoft synthetic voices that they have for the AI. With one sentence of training data, it made a passable AI voice of me, and I went, that is terrifying and kind of cool. Yeah. Okay, so this matches here. Match is not null. Get owning dialog host. I'm kind of curious why we have this. So it starts from a child and walks up. It's interesting. Sometimes it just leads to further confusions and problems. You want RVC info? I'll get Pyro to message you. RVC info. Sorry, Pikachu. I'm blanking. RVC info. I'm drawing a blank. Oh, voice cloning stuff. Ah. Yeah. No, I was playing around with the synthetic voices mostly for my own curiosity. I don't know what I would use them for yet. There's a couple ideas I came up with. I was like, there's some cool stuff that could happen. Like for people, what is it? Hang on. I gotta do this over here because I think I have the name right. Yeah, this thing here, right? So this is a site where this is basically crowdsourcing audiobooks. So I will point out, quality varies quite a bit, right? These are volunteers recording books that are in the public domain and posting those things out, which is great, right? That is wonderful. Some of the readers are great. Some of them are terrible. Yeah. There's a few I started and I went, yeah, no. But by lore, they're rogue AI VTuber. Like the voice thing is their realm. Yeah. that is that. Yeah, that makes sense. But things like this, where I was like, it feels like it would be kind of cool if there was a particular people's voices that I like to be able to generate voice for the audiobooks. Like, so I use Edge if people haven't figured that out yet. And honestly, the the reading of the website, the voice up here is using the same system, right? And it's not that bad. Stephen Fry. Yeah, so there are like it's getting pretty good. But at the same time, like my wife is a very good reader. She's very good at it. She's good at the inflections. She makes it sound good. I am not. I am horrible. And I was like, man, if I could somehow capture that, because there are points where the AI just like stumbles over words. Or like, I'm trying to think of examples. There was one I was doing, what is it? Homonyms, two words spelled the same but have different meanings. I might have that backwards. But it is the AI just trips over itself where it's like you have to know which word it is based on context and it just picks one. It's like you idiot. You are a dumb AI. Okay, so that's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. That's gonna squash. That's gonna squash. Okay, so that. Okay, what is left? What is left? Let's see. So I think this we just punt. I don't see a reason to keep it. Sometimes dialogue host doesn't have focus. Yeah, this is an obnoxious one. Yeah, this is an obnoxious one. We've gone back and forth on this, and this is a hard one to get right. This is a very hard one to get right. Yeah, Izzy, I've actually one of my other kind of dirty ideas that I had for it is it would be nice to for all of those scammer calls, it would be kind of fun to see how long I could keep a scammer on the phone talking to an AI voice of me. Like that just like sounds fun. Like see how good I can do at making an AI voice keep a scammer on the line and just waste their time. Because I occasionally, if I'm feeling cheeky, will do that to them. Because I'll see the incoming what is clearly a spam call. They'll pretend to be my ISP. They'll pretend to be Microsoft or whatever, and I'm going, yeah, this is a total scam. For reference, Microsoft will never call you and tell you that there's a virus on your computer. If somebody does that, it's not Microsoft. They're scamming you. You probably should just hang up on them. And actually, some advice I've been giving to, we'll call them older individuals, is the simplest litmus test for a scammer is offer to call them back. Right? If they get unhappy and don't want you to call them back, they're almost guaranteed scamming you. Right? If they're legit, they won't mind if you call them right back. Some of them will be Johnny on the spot and they'll be prepared to say, "Oh yeah, but call me back at this number," right? Don't ever call back that number. You just hang up on them. And either way, because if they get angry at you, they are not worth your time and bad customer service. You should hang up on them anyway. So regardless. Let's see. I want one that can call the mom and pop pizza shop for me. See, Pikachu, that's dangerous because then I would end up with pizza. That's the scary part. And then I would have to then eat the pizza because I don't have the willpower to ignore the pizza. That's the scary part. And then if it had access to my credit card to pay for the pizza, that's even worse. Yeah. Yeah, and Google does kind of do that. Pizza good. Yeah, I just call and they ask the usual B and X minutes done. I will say, Izzy, there's only been a handful of places that I've been to enough that would do that. There's a sandwich shop here in the States, maybe it's elsewhere as well, called Subway. And when I worked at a prior employer, it was my go-to for lunch like 3 days a week. And there was a number of times where I walked up because it was always the same people working the lunchtime shift. There, like it would vary a little bit, but I think there was only like 6 of them. And so eventually they all kind of recognized me, and I ordered the exact same thing every time. I am a creature of habit. I have my order. I can rattle it off from memory. And one of the gals there, apparently Subway does a national competition. I didn't know this was a thing, but they compete for making sandwiches, and it's all about what is it? Accuracy, speed, and there was one other criteria that they measured them by, because they would be getting these orders, they had to make them, they had to do. It was like cleanliness or spillage or something of that nature, like how well it was done. But that was the thing, is they had to do it. And this gal actually, what did she say? She came in like 6th nationally. I was like, dang. We have Subway in the UK. Okay, good. So I'm not crazy. I wasn't sure how far it. Always the meatballs. For me, it's the tuna. I love my tuna sandwich. But it was like, oh wow, you guys are actually like, and she was really good and fast. Like, I understood. But there was a number of times I walked up, she'd look up and go, the usual, and the person behind me would just look back at me like, or look over at me and go, what is wrong with you? Like, how much are you here that they know your usual? Subway in Australia as well. Okay, good. So I'm not talking crazy. People actually know this is common. So I have not traveled. Okay, I've traveled a bit. I've been to the UK, Ireland. Well, let me put it this way. I've been to London, Edinburgh, Dublin, uh, Paris. Let's see. I'm trying to think of where else I've been actually out of the country. Canada, but most of us here in the US who live far enough north, we don't treat Canada like a foreign country, because we like you I'm within a few hours of it. We can just drive there. It's very easy. The border is very easy to cross. Um where else have I been? Is that it? I feel like I'm missing something, but that's about it. I would love to travel more. Let's see here. Scroll viewer assist. Um yeah, I think we're gonna punt this one as well, because this is not a high priority item here. Oily and smelly fish. I know. The problem is if I tell you what else I put tuna fish on, people usually get really weirded out. My colleagues know, and they all make fun of me. It's a food sin. Cucumber, mustard. I mean, Pikachu, if you're going for what goes on my tuna sandwich, yeah, I mean you're hitting them on the mark. Not green peppers. I like green peppers. I just don't put them on my tuna sandwiches. That feels weird. No. Here's a hint. I may or may not have made an entire GitHub organization around it. Where is it? Where's Hang on one second. I made an entire GitHub organization devoted to what is being referred to as a food sin. I don't know why. Where is it? Yes. Yes, this one. I made a tuna waffle. And look, I even have a logo. Is this useful? Probably not. But did I make it? Absolutely. So, for anyone who cares, this is somewhat old, that probably should be updated at some point. But this is a Kubernetes demo with Terraform and all that stuff. It almost certainly needs to be updated, because how old is this? How old is And again, once I made a tuna waffle org, like, the hook, line, and sinker, we're going for it. Um oh, I actually forgot. I was going to. Where is my. Go to organizations, settings. Organization display name. There is, I was trying to look and see, rename the organization. Yeah, I think I can get this back now. There we go. Yeah. So pro tip, if you rename your org, one, it's a breaking change. Two, you can't rename it back for 90 days or 30 days or something like that. So don't do that. Needs updating to Aspire. Oh, believe me. Believe me. Yeah, see now Tuna Waffles examples is dead. Long live Tuna Waffle. Shockingly, this may come as a shock to people. I wasn't real worried about somebody taking this org name. Wasn't real concerned. Yeah, but I now own it. Mine. Currently trying to get database migrations to just work with Aspire without exploding. Are you doing database migrations with Code First? Because if so, I'll just show you a sample. If you're doing database first, that's a different animal. Okay, 5.1 I think is complete. Do we just send it? We just send the release? Code first migrations using MSSQL container. Okay, so here's what I think we're going to do. I am going to wait to send the 5.1 release until after the nightly goes out. That way there's a reference point. But I think I'm going to send it tomorrow. So for anyone who's curious, the amount of effort it takes me to roll out a production release is I click production release, and I think I fixed the error now. Because before it was getting all the way through and then failing on the very last step, which was annoying. But I hit run workflow, and I type in the milestone. So in this case, it's going to be 5.10. And then I hit the go button. And that's it. That is it. Okay. Code first migrations, MS SQL container. Ah, okay. So your container is clean database. Okay, Velopack. Here we go. Yes. So the little obnoxious circle up here. Yeah, that means it's a private repo. So you're just gonna have to look and watch. Okay, database. And then I think I did it here. I hope I did it here. Otherwise, I'm about to show you nothing. Where is my add authorization? Health checks. Oh, it's probably buried down inside of my default bits. Well, I do contribute. You do. You have access, but most of the people on this channel won't. I'm looking to. Why am I doing it this way? I literally. If only I had a way of opening the solution. As in, I once made a PR, now I steal. Yes. Well, you got lucky. Once we were gifted extra seats on our GitHub license, it made it easier to keep you on. Very nice of Microsoft to give them to me. Okay. Because I don't remember where my code is, we're going to go here. What did I ban? I banned something? Oh, yeah, I banned some date time offset stuff. Okay. Banned API analyzer is like my favorite thing in the world. That's worth at least one free seat, yes. Let's see here. This is the service defaults. There we go. Okay, add database. Oh, did I not do it here? Interesting. I could have Hang on. Now I'm confused. Where did I do it? There it is. Oh. Oh, I straight up did it here. Oh. Okay, well, if you want a dirty trick here. Yeah, a worker service. That is the better way of doing it, because this here is kind of dirty. So the reason they recommend a worker service rather than just doing it straight up in my startup is this is going to hang startup while the database is being upgraded. Right? Like, but I only do this in development. So this is only local development. I don't care if my startup time suffers. Right? That is acceptable to me. If we look at my workflow, this guy here. One of the things, so there's a couple things that happen. Is one, I as part of my build pipeline, I produce an EF migrations bundle. So this is an exe that basically takes your EF migrations and that migrate async, bundles it into a standalone console app that I then upload as an artifact. And then a little further down, I actually have database migrations as one of the steps in my pipeline. So before I deploy out to the environment, I pull down that little command line app. I auth against Azure because that's needed. Why am I checking out? I might have to check. I don't know why I need this checkout. I don't think I should need this because I'm pulling down the migration. Yeah, this checkout might be superfluous. But then I just execute the migration. You have to do a little execution stuff on Linux because it doesn't give you the execution permission by default. So you turn that on, and then I feed it in my connection string. Don't worry, there are no passwords in my connection string because I do this, right? AAD, managed identity, all the things, and then I delete it. Not a big deal, but just didn't want to leave it. Let's see. I managed to get my first PR to another GitHub repo a few weeks ago. That's awesome, Izzy. Was a boring patch. Let's try that again. Was a boring patch to fix encrypting a partition that had existing data on a Linux security layer for Yocto. A data writing issue and fix. 6 weeks to discuss it and get it merged. Yes, but at certain things, I'm actually okay when things merge slowly. Like, when things are application level, it's much easier to merge them in. When things are like core package, I kind of prefer when things move slowly. Okay, so I think this handles the material design stuff. We got the milestone done. I'm gonna let the nightly pipeline roll, and then we will kick the release tomorrow. Let's see. Hey, not to derail. Oh, don't worry about that. I love questions. But I have a question about mocking and tests I was hoping you might be able to help with. At the end of the stream, will also work also. No, feel free. Drop the question. Happy to answer. I do a little bit of mocking. I may or may not be one of the maintainers of the auto mocker library. Not that I'm biased. You know, if you're looking for one, you know, I'm biased. But yeah, feel free to drop your question. Do my best to answer. I am in fact using AutoMocker. Excellent. 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 I will straight up apologize for our documentation. It is atrociously and horrendously bad. I will own that one straight up. I need to find a way to figure out how to do it better. But yeah, feel free to drop your question. I'm going to. I think we're going to switch gears for a second. We're going to shut down the material design stuff, and then we will. Let's see. One second. I'm getting a message from one of the other material design maintainers. Uh, uh, Sorry, one of the other maintainers is apparently online and doing more work. Let's see. Okay, I am using a service from a client library in C Sharp. The service doesn't implement any interfaces, and the return types of the method I need are declared internal, and I'm unsure how to mock the return from these methods when testing. Ah, that is a wonderful, wonderful question. You are going to not like the answers. So let me just real quick pop a terminal here, and we're gonna want to make sure I cd temp. See there, yeah, sure, great. Let's see, maker mocking sample, great. .NET to XUnit, something like this. Come on, don't think, just do. A wise man once said, I do not know the question, but reflection is the answer. You oh, sorry, I'm biting my tongue because I'm tempted to show something and also tempted to not show it. Okay, I'm going to show it, and I'm going to preface this. This is a proof of concept library that I started on. Do not use it. Okay? Do not use this. Okay. Now, with that said, here comes the badness. This is not a solution to your problem. Do not use this. This does very, 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 very bad things. So full send to production. So for people who aren't familiar, Foddy is something that is a library for doing IL weaving. If you are not familiar with IL weaving, the basic premise is this. When you compile a C# library into an assembly, unless you've done native compilation, what you are getting is intermediate language, or IL. IL weaving is post-processing that DLL and manipulating the IL. Now, there is a lot of things that you can do in IL that there is not C# syntax for. So you can do some really nasty stuff. What was the question? The question was around mocking things that don't implement interfaces and have internal stuff. This is a tangent to the tangent. So I'm 2 levels deep. I will show you the tests and how it ends up working. Let's do like method return values. Okay. So where is the system under test? Where did I put this here? Okay, so assembly to test. And this is method return values. Okay, so for reference, you will note in assembly to test, I have method return values. There are private methods that do stuff, right? This is the thing, right? Get 42 returns 42. Okay? Pretty stupid simple. Let's look at the return values. Foddy, I use loads of those. Oh boy. Yeah, again, Izzy, just to be clear, my premise before showing this project was do not use it. Okay? Just so we're clear. But the premise of this library was, wouldn't it be cool if I could declare a class like this, right? Make it a mirror. Again, I like puns, so this is a pun on reflection. Make it a mirror of this internal class. And then I can abuse the extern keyword to be able to declare a method like get42 without a method body, because I don't care about the method body. I just want a method, right? And then once I have one of these suckers, right, I can now come down here and do some fun things where I can start saying, okay, when I call, so you'll note, I create up one of these mirror objects. I call get42 on this public extern method, and I validate that I get 42 back. I then call into my method invocation thing, which that method invocation class is just there as a way for me to really verify I invoke the method inside the assembly to test and verify that I called back out to it, right? So secretly what's happening behind the hood is I'm doing IL weaving to find these classes, and actually insert a method body behind this that reaches across into the private thing over here. Here's the fun part. No reflection. Yeah? There's the confusion. When your head starts to hurt, let me know. There's no reflection here because reflection is slow. And there's a dirty trick that you can do. When you go to invoke a private method or an internal method or one that you don't have access to, there are a few things that stop you. One, the compiler stops you and goes, you don't have access to that. So the compiler won't let you declare a symbol like get42 that you don't have access to. It started hurting as soon as there was no reflection. Yeah. So the compiler stops you from declaring the symbol. But if we hypothetically are allowed to declare the symbol, the runtime then stops you because it goes, no. Like if all you did was weave in the IL for invoking the method, the runtime slaps you upside the head and says, no, you don't get to invoke that method. That's private. What do you think? Who do you think you are? No. And so the runtime slaps you down. The reflection APIs are special. They can bypass that crap. Yeah, it's dirty. And normally, like there's a couple other ways to work around this, but there is an option to turn off the runtime check for whether you have access to something and say, nah, just trust it, let it go. That's what this IL Weaver is doing. It is telling the runtime, nah, just trust it. It'll be fine. Just invoke it. Yeah. Again, don't do this. This is bad. And so it weaves that in and then slaps in an assembly attribute that says, yeah, just let this thing fly. Don't bother to check it. Just let it go. And then you can invoke it. So the speed of this is pretty darn fast because it can just straight up invoke the method. No reflection necessary. It doesn't take the reflection hit. It's all your hit is all done at compile time when it has to do the weaving to be able to go through and do this stuff. Again, don't use this library. This was a proof of concept to prove that I can make it work. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is horrible. This is a horrible code. This was proof of concept. And then I went, I really shouldn't do this. Because the idea was with reflection, you'd have to like hard code strings. And I'm like, well, this is just a string, right? Get42 is just an arbitrary string. The fact that it matches something down there, the only advantage is I can do compile time checking to verify that this matches something in here. So now it's like compiled reflection, which is kind of cool. The next thing that'll make your head hurt is the assembly you compile against may not be your runtime assembly, and that's just a whole nother bag of worms. We won't even think about that. How functional can you get with C#? Decent. It's not a functional language, but you can manipulate the signatures a bit. I wish I had system.io namespace with more interfaces so I could replace file exists, etc. Izzy, let me circle back to that in a minute. Okay, back to the actual question at hand. Right, let's see. So I want this, and I want this. So let's, oh wait, that's the C# file. I want the project. So going back to the original question that actually, that Yonder asked, right? I'm going to steal this because chat's going to keep moving, and I don't want to lose it. Whoop. I'm going to just snag that and let's see. That is me doing something else that I don't remember what it was. Yeah. Okay. So there's the question, right? So we're gonna just keep that there and hold it down. Wise Man also said NuGet package exists, but nobody wants that. Why do I feel like you're citing things I may have told you before? What is the phrase? Hey, I resemble that remark. Something to thereabouts. Let's see. Okay, so the key thing here is we have a service from a client library. So, actually, we're gonna do something weird, right? We're gonna do this. because I want to keep it all in one file where I can see it. So we're going to do like this, right? The only reason to not use file scope namespaces, client lib. There we go, because I want 2 namespaces. Okay, Copilot, what else you want to do? Okay, right? And then let's see. The Spider-Man pointing beam. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so let's see. The service does not implement any interfaces. Check. And the return types of the methods I need are declared internal. So I'm guessing internal foo, right? So there's 2 ways I can interpret this. Is it because you can't actually do this, right? So when you say the return types are declared internal, that either means the class is declared internal, or what I think is probably more likely is this. Right? I see this pattern a lot where the type is declared public so that it can exist on the public API, but then the ability to instantiate it or similar, right, is not exposed. Right? So Yonder, correct me if I'm wrong, because I want to make sure I get this in. So here is the problem, right? With any of the major mocking libraries, they are built on a library called Castle Dynamic Proxy. Castle Dynamic Proxy has very little magic in it. It has kind of a sucky API, which is why you have all of these other mocking libraries that are built on top of it. Because Castle's library is powerful, it lets you do a lot of stuff, which is sweet. But it's not exactly friendly, and sometimes you end up doing a bunch of typing. So oftentimes these other libraries have come up on top of it and they leverage it. So the key thing that it does is it allows you to give it we'll call it a base type. I'm putting it in air quotes because don't think polymorphism here. But you can feed it a type and say, give me a class that derives from this. So when you do mock, I should actually add mock. Browse. Right? Boom. Install. The old DI framework. Yeah. So when you do mock of this, right? So if we do this, I don't want to mock foo. I want to mock client, right? So this is where we're going with this. If we do this, right, and we do mock of client, this is functionally no different than if I were to go through and do private class my mock derives. You got to spell it correctly though, because that's just embarrassing, right? It's doing nothing more than if I were to do this. And then it promptly takes whatever type you feed in and says, oh, okay, I'm going to look at that type, and anything that's virtual, I'm going to create implementations or overrides for, right? So it immediately is going to run into problems because it can't override a non-virtual member, right? Like this is, right? Cannot override inherited member because it's not marked virtual, abstract, or override, right? Non-virtual members, you can't override. And there's, oh, dang it, I forgot. How do I get, what's the magical incantation to get my cursor back? I'm trying to remember. That? Shoot. I did this before and I got bit, and I'm trying to remember what I did to get it back. One then? Shoot. I had to take a Java midterm tonight on advanced object-oriented programming, and this is starting to get into a lot of the stuff I've been struggling with. Probably didn't do too good on it. That's totally fine. Like, I failed a lot of those tests the first time I took them myself, so don't feel bad at all. So, but because this thing is Queen's Home, Castle Windsor. Oh, I love it. I feel so I know enough about Great Britain and the United Kingdom to track with that. I have a strange feeling that is missed on a good portion of the world. For people who aren't familiar with that, you should Google it. Yeah, I've lost my cursor again. So this is exciting. You guys can see my cursor. I can't, which is making this gonna make this really interesting. So in order to do this kind of mocking, you can't actually mock client, right? So it was a free response, and I'm pretty sure I said abstract classes meant that their methods can be used differently depending on the class that calls them. Yeah, I guess it depends on how it's phrased. Those types of questions are actually, so what if you take a test on it, hopefully you get back a list of what you got wrong and the correct answers. Because those types of questions actually show up quite a bit on interviews as well. People love asking OOP questions on interviews, specifically around inheritance, polymorphism, abstract interfaces. Those things show up all the time. So I would say whatever you get wrong, hammer down and make sure that you learn it well, because it does show up quite a bit. Oh, Pikachu, is that an acronym? I'm noticing the letters line up with what I just said, and I'm trying to figure out the E. That's an acronym. Please share, because that looks good. So the way you actually end up having to do this is with a pattern called a port. So what you would end up doing is something like public class my client port, right? And the other magical word here is delegation, right? So my client port delegates. And so in this case, what you end up doing is you don't derive from client, right? This guy contains client, right? So something like this, right? And then you do something like public virtual get client, public virtual string get client name. Okay, Copilot, press me. That's not, we don't two-string that crap. Don't be dumb, Copilot. Oh. Right, so this then becomes foo. Right, so it does abstraction, polymorphism, inheritance, encapsulation. Oh, that's what I was missing. OOP pi. I love it. Yes, that is great. The key idea here with this port is, one, you now control the port, right? You've taken the client service that is outside of your control and you've wrapped it inside of something that you do control, right? It could also be asynchronous. Yeah. So, and because you control it, you can actually, if it needs to be async task of foo or similar, right? Like you can expose this up however it needs to end up going. But it means that now when you come up here, you can actually do something like my client port, right? And now if you want to, you can actually do setups on it. And mock will be okay with this because the method is marked as virtual. Now, quite often with these ports, rather than marking this guy as virtual, a more common thing to do is because people are very familiar with doing it with interfaces. So client, right? A lot of times people will go this route, declare their own interface along with the port, and then this mock just becomes iClient. Right? Both work just fine. So that's exactly what I did, but I was thinking it was more of a temp solution. Oh, good. So you landed on the right answer. No, the hard part is when you don't control the library, it gets a little difficult. And in some degree, some places, people actually go as far as to make ports for all external libraries, so that, and this is where I think it's a little too extreme, is if you make a port for every external library that you have, yes, it allows you to kind of encapsulate that library and keep it from leaking into your other code, but you also are generating a lot of extra work for very little gain. oftentimes people do it because they're like, well, if we ever change away from this library, then I don't have to change as many places. My opinion, that's a what if. Unless you have reason to believe that that's actually going to happen, don't. Right? Like, there's very few times where the amount of effort you put in to creating all of those encapsulations and ports pays dividends, right? Because the question is, what's going to cost more? Making all of those ports up front or doing a bigger refactor if it ever comes, right? That's the tension there. Because obviously, if you let the types leak around and then like that library makes a breaking change or you move away from it, you get stuck doing it. What's the name of that pattern? So I believe the one, man, not having a cursor to look at. I need to remember not to hit Control F4. Port. I believe it's the port adapter pattern. Let me just. I've heard it go. Man, where's my cursor? I need it to be there. Not bad for not being able to see a cursor. Yeah, I need my cursor to go there. There is another name for this, and I'm now blanking on this. Because the port adapter pattern is very much something, it crops up a lot for people who do domain driven design, and a bit in clean architecture as well. You'll note that this hexagonal architecture defined in 2005 and then later renamed. So it kind of goes by different proxy pattern. Maybe. I don't know if that's the one that I've heard. Look. Yeah, I need my cursor to be there. Nope. There. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Proxy design pattern, employee. Yeah, this is exactly what I was describing. Yeah. Yeah, and it takes on different flavors too. So in this sample here, I just literally am passing straight through, right? There is nothing fancy whatsoever about this method. Sometimes, and this is I think why I've favored using like the port adapter name for it, because when you go with proxy, the implication is that this thing is just a pass through, that it doesn't do anything. Sometimes with ports, you might do a little bit of work, right? You might, like in this case, this is what I would call a very leaky abstraction, right? Because even though I've written an interface with client, the return type here is still foo. So if client lib is actually an external library, I'm still leaking the foo type up through my interface into the rest of my application. So sometimes you might go further and go, well, maybe what I'll do is I'll make another wrapper class for foo and I'll return that instead. The underlying type in Castle is Castle proxy. Yeah, that I believe. So there is, with the ports, sometimes you do extra work, right? Sometimes you massage data. Sometimes you maybe make multiple calls to get all the data that you need and bring it back or similar, right? Like that. Those types of things are possible. I'm trying to remember what I did last time to get the cursor back. Sorry. Trying to remember what I did to get my cursor back. Okay, there is that. Now I can move this around. I want to get my... I did basically a straight through for most of the methods, but for a couple methods, I changed them to return a simpler non-internal return type. Yeah, and I think that's perfect. Like that is very legitimate solution. Okay, I'm kind of scared that if I close this, I'm going to lose it completely. We're going to try it. Yeah, I still don't have my cursor. I know you guys. Oh. I need to figure out what is doing this and fix it. Was it 3? Nope. One. Escape. 1. 2. Sorry, I realize people are just watching me draw pictures. Hi. See? But I still can't see my cursor, and this is really bloody annoying. Really, really bloody annoying. How do I get this back? I wonder if I can... We're going to try something. I wonder if I can restart Explorer to trigger it. Oh, that didn't go where we wanted. Okay, that killed Explorer. Relaunch. Relaunch. Come on. There we go. Okay, restarting Explorer fixes it. I'm going to remember that. Ah, cursor, how I've missed you. Okay. There's that, there's that, there's that. We'll save that. Okay, so remaining stuff. Okay, so we're going to do a little Velopack stuff because I've got some work to do and I still have Mountain Dew left. Okay, so for reference for everybody, the Velopack API is, yeah, no problem, Yonder. This is a private repository. However, my partner Kalen has agreed that it is perfectly fine to show it on stream because at the end of the day, it's not like people can really recreate just from the streaming stuff, but you're going to see some of the patterns that are in here and whatnot. We've identified a handful of things that are remaining for our public beta. We apologize. It was supposed to be done a while ago, but then I got sick and had a busy couple weeks. He had life happen to him. Things slipped through the cracks, and yeah, it took a little longer than expected, but we're very close again. Restart Explorer, isn't that almost as bad as pull plug out and pray? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. It is. Okay, so internally inside of Velopack, there are, and maybe I'll just show this. There you go. Okay, so if I go app.velopack.io, and dirty secret, technically anybody can go hit this right now. However, everybody will be landing on a free subscription. And so if you wait until we open up public beta, people can get free pro subscriptions. Or, I don't remember what we said, some number of months. Free pro subscriptions for X number of months, where X is a number that I've already forgotten. Because we want people to be able to do this. Okay, so this guy here, that Uno sample one that I was showing off before, is kind of floating in here. I believe it's this one. And if we look at the releases, right, we see this kind of thing here. And you can see we've got this nice little paging control stuff. You can see I've published a bunch of versions. But you'll note here that for version 1.0.7, we've got a bunch of files that got uploaded. We have the full release package, which is a NuGet package that contains everything. And I think if I go here, I can just show all columns. Yeah. Oh, interesting. It hides the banner when you do that. I didn't know it did that. Huh, that's interesting. Let's see. I don't care about this. I don't care about this. I didn't realize we had so many columns. Yeah, I don't care about this. Okay, so I really only care about a few things. And actually, I don't even care about channel, high channel call. This is what I care about. I care about type and size. That's what's important. So you'll note the app total size is about 22 meg zipped. The setup is a little bit bigger because it contains the setup bootstrapper plus the full package. So it's the setup's always going to be at least as big as your full package. There's a portable version of your app, which, not shockingly, this is a zip file of your application, which is going to be real close to this, because this is this thing plus a manifest. So not a whole lot there. And then there's a Delta package, which is significantly smaller. And in this case, this Delta is going from 1.6 to 1.7 because the Delta packages tend to be a quick way of doing updates when you don't have to download everything, when there's only a handful of things that change. Don't waste your time with all of it. But all of this stuff here, each of these are individual release assets that have been uploaded. And the fact that they all have the same version number, completely circumstantial. So inside of the code, what we have here is a why am I not seeing application release, right? They are made up of one of these things, right? And it has a whole bunch of stuff on it. Right? It's got a type, it's got an ID, it's got a hash, it's got a size, it's got a file name and versioning information and all of that stuff. What we would like to do is create a release group that contains all of these things in it, right? Because most of the time, people don't want to act on 5 separate, or 4, I can't count, 4 separate files. They want to act on one group of files. And in future, we may end up having more than one Delta as well. Right? So we would like to change up what is happening so that we have a release group in here and have basic CRUD operations and similar stuff on that. The only thing that gets weird is a release group isn't something that somebody creates. It's not like a channel or similar where people can go through and, or I shouldn't say channel. Like if I go to my projects, I can create a new project. Well, a release group isn't something that's there's going to be a create endpoint for. There's going to be an implicit creation of it as you upload these release assets, and they're going to be grouped by version because that's what logically makes sense. The other thing is if we do like channel promotions and things like that, you probably want to act on these all the way across. The other thing to be aware of is a release group is going to be specific to a channel. In this case, a channel is just Windows, but this is an Uno application, so you can imagine that maybe there would be a Mac channel or similar, right? Because even though in code, like all the multi-platform stuff likes to make it think that you're just writing one code base, at the end of the day, you're compiling separate applications for each of your target output. Yeah, a meta group basically is what we're going for. So what we want to implement is actually a release group and put all of these things inside of it and muck with the database. So that's what we're going to build. That's what we're going to build. That's where we're going. That's where we're going. So step 1, we're going to make a new thingy. Let's see, new item. And I think I'm just going to call it a release group. I have no reason not to. I want to know how Uno was able to get all of their stuff to the top of my items list. Kind of annoying, but I'm also mildly impressed they were able to do that. I don't know how you do that. Or maybe it was just because they're the latest extension I installed. Okay, so this is inside of NAD framework, so I do have a base entity we're gonna derive from, because that gives me my ID column, because I GUID all the things, clean up all my usings. Okay, so we can steal some inspiration a little bit from an application release, and I don't think we're going to change too much. We are going to steal this much because these are the versioning bits. Oh, look at that. It created a bunch of stuff for me. No. All right, we're going to turn that off. Okay. And then right now, release channel contains a collection of releases, and so we want to change that up. Rather than release channel containing a bunch of releases, we want release group to contain the releases. Is fine. I don't think I dropped the data off my application release for now. I think I'm going to leave it. There's no point in getting rid of it. It's not hurting me to do this. But I do need to set up a relationship here between my release group. So if I do release group ID, and for people unfamiliar with Entity Framework, this naming, there's a lot of magic that happens in Entity Framework based upon convention. Right? So because I've named this release group ID and this release group, it knows that this is a related entity, and this is the foreign key across to it. We'll see that when we generate the migrations. I'm trying to decide if releases still live in channels or if they're just gone from that. Trying to decide if that matters, because the release group is going to need a channel. So this much here is definitely going to make its way up into here. And then release channel, rather than having this, I really want it to be release group. Let's see, release groups. So I do want that. So if channel's dropping from it, then that makes this pretty easy. Then this should really go away. We're just adding a level of nesting. Okay. So that goes there. That goes there. Release group. Its parent is a... Sorry, there was a little bug on my monitor. It bothered me. So it goes channel, then group, and then individual releases inside of it. So this sets up the relationship to the parent. This sets up the relationship to the children. This has a version. Izzy, good luck at work. Got to train end users how to suck eggs. I don't envy you right now. I'm going to have fun. So try to have fun. Worst case scenario, use your analogy about shooting ducks. See if that communicates anything. It may cause confusion. Do I need anything else on my release group? We are going to have a concept for like whether it's complete or valid or not, but I think that's going to be computed based upon the releases inside of it. So I think this might be all I need for now. That's probably good. Okay, we are going to need a table for it. So we are going to come up here, and I'm going to put it right in the middle here. Yeah, thank you, Copilot. Thank you for doing the work that I needed. That gets me there, that gets me there, that gets me there. Let's compile and see how bad it is. Because I did just change a bunch of foreign key stuff. I kind of expect some stuff to break. Get some sleep. It is late for the vast majority of people. Okay, so now first question that comes is: an application release was previously deemed unique based upon its version, its ID, its type, whether it was enabled or not. That's actually wrong. That's wrong. I don't want packages differing just by their enabled flag. And actually, I think we can just change this to release group ID. We are going to ensure that there are no... Oh, this is interesting though, because I am going to have duplicate release groups. Do I need to make sure that I don't have duplicate release groups? I don't think that's a problem. I mean, that's not a problem. Yeah, I did this to make sure I didn't double up, but this was because this is a user provided thing. I'm generating these. So if I do something, so they're fully in my control. That's okay. They're fully in my control. I'm not going to worry about it because we're not even going to expose an API endpoint for like creating these things. So it's like, the only way it goes wrong is if I do something wrong. Okay, so what are we doing here? Get project used bytes. So this is here. If we go back and look at my projects, right? If I do this one, where do we show it? Is it under teams? Yeah, here we go. So under my teams list, my projects show how many total bytes they are actually using. So that's what this method is effectively just ripping through everything inside of the project and going, how much space have you actually used? Like, it's shocking. I got up to 1.1 gigs on my Uno app with I mean, I guess I've got 100 pages, right? I've got a decent number of things here, but not that many. So, but that's what this calculation is ripping through these. So, let's see. Join G in context dot release groups on, let's see, release channel ID, join release in applications on, this is going to be GID, and this is going to be release group ID. So this is really just joining across all of these things, finding where the team matches a particular team ID, and then grabbing the project and calculating out the total bytes. So this is building up that dictionary across. Great. So I have a feeling we're going to have a bunch of these type of things. Select many, release groups, select many releases, size, right? This is used bytes based on team. I'm wondering if I should collapse these because I'm noticing, well, but this is filtering down early. Well, but this has got the same where clause. Why? Hold on. Why did I write two methods here? Teams, projects, channels. This is going through the exact same list with the exact same where clause, selecting out the exact same stuff, which is not actually required. Why? Okay, what I'm curious on is why don't I just do this? Get project used by async. Context. Team token. Right, so this gets me the var dictionary gets await, right? So you do that, and then you're returning dictionary value sum, right? Because this is literally just summing up the size of all the releases. This is summing up the size of all the releases and grouping them. But if I sum up all the groups, I don't see a problem with this. I've got good test coverage in this project, so I'm not real concerned about making a change like this. If there is a problem, the tests will tell me. Which is I want to just say, this is a wonderful place to be. Like, when I am highly confident that when my tests pass, everything's fine. Just so wonderful. I'll put myself back over here. What is the Visual Studio notification? No, Uno, you don't get an update right now. I'm busy. Okay, so we're going to have a bunch of these things here. So let's see. This is getting projects. I'm mildly tempted. I'm mildly tempted to have release groups actually have a size on them. Yeah, let's do that. Let's give release groups a size. Because I don't see a reason not to. We're gonna make it a required property because I control this entirely, there's no reason not to. And then I can save myself having to go down a level. Let's see. What does get latest do? Get latest. Because this is just noting. I kind of wonder if I bring this one up as well. Right? I think we bring a last modified up onto the release group as well, because that saves us a lot of trouble. Because the group is the modifications to this group are basically going to be item added to it, right? And I think we'll do a created at as well as a last modified at. I've got a kind of a couple clever tricks in here. So one, I have these guys, which are EF configuration classes. So these allow for a nice, easy way of configuring up how the database should interact with this object. So for example, in this case, it's saying the created at column, which you'll note is a read-only property that I'm never setting. But I am telling it to use a default SQL value where it will do the system date time. So whenever the record is inserted into the database just records the created at, and then this entity's property magically gets set by EF despite not having a setter. Just works. Wonderful. The last modified is a little trick with this guy here, right? As long as I put this interface onto it, as long as I put this interface onto here, there's as long as I remember how to do the inheritance that we were talking about earlier, there's a clever little trick going on where I've got this interceptor up here, last update interceptor. So this is an EF interceptor that is watching for save changes. And when save changes occurs, if the entity is either added or modified, it updates the last modified timestamp for me. So I don't have to muck with that one either. As long as I've got this guy on here, he's appropriately tagged, and it just works. And then I don't have to think about the rest. So, problem solved. Okay, so that handles those. And then that means back over here, I can actually implement get latest on. I can do this, and I can do this on release group. We will see. Okay, so this guy's usage actually drops. We're just going to take him out. So it does release groups created at select first or default. Great. I don't think that indented properly. I think it's got an extra space there. Boom. Okay, great. So that will get that, and that now works. Select many release groups. That works. Number of releases. This is an interesting one. This is an interesting one to show. I think it actually makes more sense to show the number of release groups here, because right now it's counting up all of these. But would you expect to see, if you release version 106, the number of releases shown? I think it makes more sense if we show the. Oh, I think it's back on the other project page. Um, that's last release. Where do we show this? I thought we had somewhere where we showed the number of maybe unused in the UI. Um, I think in this case, showing the release group count probably makes more sense. That way, like version 106 counts for 1 rather than for 4. Because if you added a Delta package, do you really expect the number of your releases to go up? Feels weird. Feels weird. Okay, so that handles those errors. Compile. Close. Close, close, close. And I don't doubt that I'm about to have a slew of tests to fix as soon as this thing passes compilation. You'll note I tend to do, like, I don't do full test-driven design in some cases, but I do make sure everything's covered with tests because holy crap, 61 errors. So I broke some stuff. Let's see. So this is listing channels, number of releases. This is once again release group count. Let's see. Current bytes, that one we added, and latest created at, we added that. So that goes there. Let's see. So this is showing releases. I think what we want to do is change this thing up. So I've got a set of API models because these are the things that actually get surfaced out of the API rather than through surfacing up like database entities or similar. But I'm wondering if, because this doesn't make sense anymore, right? Because this is now here. I kind of want to drop the word application off these, honestly. No. That is a refactor for another day. Public. Let's see. Record class. Release group. And yes, this has made my life miserable by naming these things like this, but darn it, I'm doing it anyway. Let's see. So, what? Stop helping me, Copilot. You're annoying me right now. You're not making your life better. Okay, so we're gonna do that because you'll note we even though version is multiple properties in the database, we flatten it for the API because no one cares. I think we're gonna have an enabled property on the API. It won't exist in the database, but we will have that because I think there's no reason not to expose this up because we needed it at one point. Because on the API, if you do something with is enabled on the way in or out, it's just going to apply to all of the releases inside of them. That does beg the question. This should probably be nullable. No, I don't know. Because if you disable one of the releases in a group, the group's not disabled. I'm going to take this off. I don't like that. I don't like it. We're gonna have to do special APIs. Okay, so this is gonna go here. We're gonna move you into your own type. Release channel here is then going to be release group, right? And that will go there. Release groups. That goes like that. Great. I think that works. Caitlin's gonna hate me when I make this change. Admittedly, he advocated for it, so he knows it's coming, but oh boy, this is gonna break some APIs. This is another reason why, like, we were trying to get all these breaking API things in, because once we have people using our site, you have to be a lot more careful about breaking changes, and I just don't want to be careful right now. Okay, so this is channel. We're getting back the details for a channel. So this is release groups, right? This is going to be release groups. Then this was converting down here, but I actually want to do a variant of this where we go, no, this is going to be a release group. And then this is going to be get release group. And this is going to be the release group. So you'll note here, this release group are not the same. And why are you not showing up? Oh, because I need to add the using up above. Because I've named these things the same, this is the only reason for this kind of garbage, is because I'm aliasing them so that I don't have to think nearly as hard. So get release group, and then this get version existed down here on application release. I think we bring it forward onto release group. A nice convenient way of doing it. And then I don't have to worry too much about it. We're not going to have an isn't enabled. We're not going to have any of this garbage. Right? And so release group is this guy here. I mean, we can kind of preemptively, we know what some of these are going to be, as I typically do then a details class that contains the related entities. So the difference is the base class is typically your basic items, like what you might display in a list. And then the details variant of that is the one that actually contains record. Is the one that actually contains the related child entities. So in this case, application release. Then this becomes releases. Booyah. That gets me to there, and there's probably going to be one of these suckers as well, so we might as well do it while we're in here. And we're probably going to need it. I tried to standardize the name of all these. Release group, list response, then this is release group, release groups, dun dun dun, dun dun dun, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Okay. See, what do we got? Right, we were changing this thing up. This should become get release group. And then we don't have much on here. ID version, right? There's not a lot more. ID version created at is the only other one. Created at gets created at, and then this should really be called release group. It goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Dent. Great. This guy is now dead. Do I need you for anything? Don't think so. I need you. That's what get is for. Okay. So let's see. So number of releases. This is just going to be the release group count. This is going to be the release group size. And then get latest. Now works. Great. So worth noting, some people like libraries like AutoMapper to go between their API models and their database models. I prefer to just write my own mapping code. Like the amount of benefits that it saves me compared to the amount of time I write, I can't justify the time. Let's see. So this is release groups. What is this pulling back? Channel details. And channel details. Let's see. So this pulls it back. It doesn't need to access any children, so we can just do that. Perfect. Okay, so we were at 61 a minute ago. How much lower are we? Please don't be painful. I don't want you to be painful. And that doesn't feel horrible. I fully know that there's going to be some major changes, because when people upload a release, it's not just a simple upload. Like, we don't just let people upload files and then serve them up. That sounds bad. Right? It goes through a queue process, and there's some background processing and all that stuff. Uh, let's see. Supercharged PK. You guys using Stripe? Because I see the payments folder. Yes, yes. Stripe is the backing one. And we turned on quite a few of the Stripe features, like the customer payment portal as well. Like Stripe has a very nice, like they aren't the cheapest payment processor, but they're trivial to. Like, I don't want to say trivial. They're very easy to integrate with. They and depending on how many features you turn on, they take either a bigger cut or a bigger percentage or whatever. In terms of cost. And so at present, we were just starting out. We're like, you know what? Easy to integrate with, low time to market. We're going with that option. So, oh no, they're expensive. Yeah, they are. They are quite expensive. There's a couple things that are making it a little bit nicer though. So we've gone through what is it? Founders Hub. So if anybody is interested, like if anybody goes to do a startup at all, right? This is by far like one of the best things to go sign up for, especially if you're going to do where are the levels? Where are the levels in here? Free access, yeah, this thing, right? If especially if you're going to do anything with Azure or Microsoft related stuff, yeah, these things here. They give a lot. This is just the Microsoft benefits. They've got a bunch of partners, one of which is Stripe, that also throw in and try to give you a bunch of free credits to get you starting up and running. So our initial cost for Stripe, we estimate is going to be zero, at least for the first year. So they very much have the drug dealer pricing model of we'll let you in really cheap and get you hooked and then charge you. But like the whole and Azure's blatantly doing the same thing, right? If they give you thousands of dollars in Azure credits, you are probably going to build in Azure. And once you've got a huge investment in Azure, you probably aren't going to move away. Right? Correct. Yes. That is the exact thing. And if you prefer AWS, AWS has a similar program as well. It works in the very same way. I haven't gone through it, so I can't speak to how good it is, but I was going to be building on Azure anyway. So I was like, free credits. Like, yes. Like you don't need a like I'm a Microsoft guy, so I was already leaning that way anyway, and then free credits was like icing on the cake. I'm like, sure, let's do that. So it is worth noting the Founders Hub Azure subscription that they give you isn't quite a normal one, and I don't know how to describe it. The billing page doesn't work. You get a redirect link to Founders Hub because like I had assumed that they were going to do this like how they do the MSDN subscriptions, where you just get a credit on your bill and it goes there. But the MSDN ones are different in that it's like $100 or $150 depending on your tier every month, and it's reoccurring. Where this is just a flat number of credits, and it's like they didn't have a way to plug that into the built-in pricing page, so they redirect you to this other Founders Hub page where you can look at how much of your credits have you spent. Kind of weird. I don't know why it's done that way, but for reasons. It's just, because it redirects you to a different page, it also makes it difficult if you have multiple people as part of your Founders Hub startup to get to that page. But it's like one little thing. So, but yeah, so that if you're at all interested in doing anything like that, Founders Hub is awesome. And especially just for their partner stuff. And for people who care, they do also give you access to industry experts, most of which are going to be like Microsoft MVPs or similar. Not all of them are MVPs. Some of them have like expertise in particular domains or business. Like if you're looking for marketing support or sales support or that kind of thing, there are experts in those that you can go and schedule time with. So you can get basic, again, it's the crack dealer mentality. They want you to work with an expert so that you want to hire them on as a consultant, right? But it's free advice. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Let's see. Download installer. So in this case, we are looking for an installer for a particular package ID. And why did we have to reach up to the release channel? Oh, because we're looking for the channel name. So we want to go release group and then include X release channel. And so this becomes release group and then release channel. Okay. This really should probably be channel either channel ID, or I've been using identifier in some cases where I'm able to search both, but in this case, channels kind of are name based, and this endpoint here is in my public one, so this is part of the route, and so it's string is probably the most appropriate, but I've been changing some of them to accept either the name or the ID and to switch between them. Let's see. Allow for picking up preview releases too. Yeah. That's an open to do. We don't have anything that publishes preview releases, so it's like, don't need it right now. Okay, download installer by version. Okay, so this is going to be the same thing as I need to do release group, then yeah, so we want to go up through channel. We want to do release group, release channel, and then go up that way. That goes through there. Let's see. So application releases, what are we doing here? Get manifest. So this is the key one that actually downloads that JSON file. So a few streams back, I did a thing covering kind of Velopack and how it publishes. So it generates a JSON file, which is a manifest that outlines all your releases. We generate that on our hosted service. So in this case, it is release channel ID. Go release. Boy, I'm kind of wondering. Oh, I can't do this. I have to go a step higher. I have to go a step higher. Something. Okay, so let's see. So I think this is another case where we probably just need to go up a layer, but I think we can actually get away with doing release group, release channel ID. I think we can do that. And then pull these ones back. That one now works. They're all the public ones. Let's do the release method ones. Okay, so get release details is going to be the key one here. So this here is pulling it back. What is this one wants the channel name. So we are going to need to just double up and go with release group. Then include release channel. Dear heavens, don't do all that. That sounds horrible. And this wants to verify the project ID. That's okay. We can go up to there. Let's see. And then list releases. This is verifying that the user is part of the team. I'm gonna add a to-do. I think this is already handled by my middleware. Do this still needed now that we have the permissions? Check. Yeah, thanks, Copilot. We're gonna implement it for now because I don't want to stress about it, but I think it might be done already. This one is just going to be an include release groups. This becomes a then include. We indent. And this becomes a release group. Then that comes across. Getting a little out of hand. Let's see. Release group. Let's see. Then include release channel. Project team users. Thank you. You're so helpful. You're so helpful, Copilot. You're so helpful. Hey, Copilot, what do I want to do here? No, that is not correct. That looks a heck of a lot closer, though. Thank you. You are making my life much easier. So this is going to be release group. But it helps if you spell it correctly. That is mildly useful. Okay, that handles all the release method ones. Let's do the team method ones. What's remaining here? Okay, get team async. So this is used in a couple places and has to pull back the releases Y because it calls team and then it goes from team async. What does it need off of the team? It needs the subscription plan, the Stripe subscription, so that it can build up the payment status. And then it goes looking at projects. It pulls the team users. Projects get project latest release created at, so it's only wanting to create latest, so it really only needs to release groups at that point. So it only needs it for that. So this really can just be release groups and we can stop there. We don't need the releases anymore, right? So I don't think, yeah, we aren't using dot releases anywhere else in here, so that goes away. That's done. Team methods is done. Data factory. Now we're in the tests. Oh, yes. This is both a blessing and a curse to me. Okay, so we are creating a release. So this method here, you can see, has 38 references. Let's see. So, question: do you use the EF core for everything? We recently refactored EF core and included Dapper. Our building blocks are now using Dapper for faster queries and EF core as our unit of work. So for this, I am just using EF core, though. Leveraging Dapper is certainly appealing. It is definitely appealing. Mark Rukunovich, I'm probably butchering his last name. VP of Azure, I think. He was asked at, I think it was either Ignite or one of the build conferences, what he thought one of the next big things was going to be, excluding AI. And Dapper was his answer of, this is the way people are going to start building cloud native applications, where you've got kind of these building blocks where you can bolt stuff on. But at present, this is just EF Core. Partly because this was mostly around quick shipping is what we were going for. But there is going to be a desire to push more to that. Like right now, my infrastructure is all infrastructure as code in Terraform, and like I don't have a dev environment. I've got prod and local, and that's it. The one cool thing though is this is using .NET Aspire, so once we get compiling, I can hit F5 and have everything running. I get my API, I get my front end, I get all of my back. Aspire is a hidden gem. Yeah, it is awesome, right? Like I took it to them. Like I've been having so much fun with it because I've got a couple background processors that process data that gets thrown into a queue, and right now I'm just using Azure Storage Account queues. At some point, probably a service bus, so that I get like dead letter or similar, because I kind of have my own little dead lettering because I didn't want to spend a bunch more infrastructure when I didn't need to. So there's things on here that were done quick and dirty, like for certain. But I even went as far as to go ahead and say, you know what? as part of my Aspire host, I can actually just spin up Stripe's webhook. So that as long as I've got the Stripe CLI installed and I've logged into it, I can have my Aspire host fire up the webhook so that I can actually test my payment stuff against the um Stripe, call it development or test, whatever their sandbox, to be able to test payments, which is awesome. Like F5, I got everything going. It's wonderful. And then all the build stuff. The only thing I'm not using Aspire for is I rolled my own Terraform because I wanted a little more. I wanted more control over the infrastructure that was getting generated. I didn't fully trust it, but I've also been running Aspire since I think beta 1, beta 2. Like I had it early and dove in head first. Let's see. Group 1.0. Uh, Hour 2. I have learned that I cannot have light mode, dark mode, splash screens. Uh, oh, Stripe mock from Docker in the beginning. Oh, interesting. See, I was not aware of that. I assume that's out on Docker Hub. Please use this guy. Okay. Oh, this is pretty cool. I didn't even know about this. Thank you, Supercharge. Based on the real Stripe API. And I assume, I mean, updated yesterday, so that like okay. Because I know Stripe revs they rev their API fairly consistently because I've already been bit by that with the versioning of it. It's a game changer. Oh yeah, I believe it. This will be nice. This will be really nice. Yeah, okay, one, this is getting a star for starters, and it is going over here on my to read list. Yeah, this will be nice because I'll just pull that in. That is sweet. Thank you. Pikachu, I believe you're correct, but it also depends on how. So I'm not recommending this, but I believe you can kind of cheat, right? Because you've got the splash screen from the OS, right? That's the pop up, and that one I believe you're correct on. However, you can fake it as well. If you create a page, you can if the if your startup is quick, you can create a page and put it up, and then it's whatever you want to put on the page, and then you can control it. That's why sometimes you'll see people's mobile apps where you'll see like that static image come up, and then it'll switch to a moving image, and all they've done is they've swapped from the OS's or the app provided splash screen, which is basically an image, to a real screen in their app where they do a bunch of stuff behind the scenes. About disabling and then doing a mock page, and it's very much not recommended. Yeah, it's only a way to get around it when your app has to do processing, and it's basically your app wanting to throw up a loading screen, not a splash screen. And I think that's the key separation, is the difference between when you would use a loading screen for something versus a splash screen for something. Let's see. I want to create me a new method down here because let's see, release group, create release group. Because this factory I use for all of my tests just to be able to spin stuff up. Yeah, and I'm sure you're unhappy. Nope. Don't hate me. Hold on. Why are you squawking? Oh, because I didn't populate the versions. So, yeah, required members not set. That's a problem. What else did I put on here? I'm trying to remember. Size created at last modified. So we're gonna do size, and then the other one we didn't do the created at. Wait, namespace cannot. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now we get there. So now we do here. We do create release group because I don't want to think too hard. Boom. And then we get rid of all of this. Yeah. And then we do, so this is going to actually come up here, and we're going to put it in the channel. Let's see. This is totally going to break some stuff. Let's see. Release groups contains group 1.0. And then this thing down here is going to be group 1.0 releases add. Right? And then we're going to do group 1.1. Group 1.0. And then we're going to do group 1.0. And then this is basically going to be the same exact thing that we did here. And actually, we should probably do it on both just to make sure that... Hang on, let's do this. Group 1.0. Just to be... Because I don't want to... If this method changes its implementation, I don't want to be dependent on its implementation internally up here. I want them to operate. Oh, thought I was being clever. Not as clever as I thought. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll do that. That makes that work. And then this needs to be 101. And then down here, this becomes group 101. And then this becomes group 101. Okay, that handles that. Build. See what we have left. I think we're getting closer. Yeah, I kind of want to just dismiss all. Go away. I have this habitual thing. Whenever I see the little notification bell in Visual Studio, I must click on it, and I must install all updates immediately. It's very, very important. You shouldn't do that, but it's very, very important to me. It doesn't help that when you are on preview builds, you do this consistently. Okay, so now we are in the upload service. So this is where we're going to come back to this, because this is where extra stuff happens, and I don't want to think about it right now. Let's see here. Endpoint tests. Let's see. Release groups. So which test in particular? Get project by project ID returns project details. Yeah, this seems fine. I think what I do want to change though up on this data factory, I think I want to change how we're like, I kind of want to do group 1.0 dot size gets actually I'm gonna do a method down here. We're just gonna do a little method. Static void calculate group values. It's late. I can't think of a good name. But now down in here, I can do release group dot size gets release group dot releases some. That way I don't have to set it. Then release group let's do that. Is there anything else in here that was calculated? No, I think those are fine. So I think I want this thing to be somewhat realistic. So we're going to do count group values, group 100. Thank you, Copilot. You are awesome. I appreciate it. There we go. Okay, so that builds that up. That builds that up. Okay, and now if I go back here, so this is the project details. Should be okay, so it's validating that the current bytes of the project is the sum of the release groups and not 0. Good. Okay. The next one. Let's see. Create user, create release, create channel, create project, add channel, create team. Do all of this work. What are we testing here? Delete project, deletes project and related data. This must have been before I did the create. Wait, because this, we've got the data factory. Yeah. Create full team, isn't it? What's it called? I have the method we just did. Complete. Create complete team. Yeah, so I think we can just do var team. Because there's nothing special here. Context users, we don't need the release. We don't need the channel. We don't need the releases in the channel. We don't need the project. We don't need to set those up. We don't need to set that link up. We have the team now. We do need to add the users. We don't need to add the project. We do need to add the team to the context, and we need to save the context changes. We do need to do one more thing in here where we do have to set project gets team project, but where is this used? There, so that's important. Where's channel referenced? Down there, so we should do that. So channel gets project channels sub-0, right? Because this is just validating that they actually did get deleted. We should probably add in release group in here. Just because, to be complete. And then we'll come down here. Let's see. A release wasn't being set, was it? I think I was doing this. Yeah, some of these tests are from, I was figuring some patterns out, and some of mine are old. I think I favor this now slightly more, is just suppress it because this is a unit test. So how did you test authentication? Great question. 1 second, I'll show you. That I think there's, let me look. If I remember correct, ASP net core, I think they actually have a sample here. Let's see. That's not it. Yeah, this thing. This guy here. Where is this guy? Yeah, so functionally, so there's a couple pieces that go into it, and show it to you. It comes down to you don't actually fully test everything because certain things are difficult to test. Right. So one, I am using the web application factory. This is the base class provided by Microsoft. So this is the MVC testing NuGet package. But I commonly create my own derived class and then reference that because I want my own derived class to kind of do special stuff. Right. And so like when you see me using that in DB scope, it's because I want to make sure I get a separate context and so that I don't get that EF sharing and cache data problem biting me. So I intentionally create scopes and get context in different scopes and that kind of thing. But then I do this with authentication idea in here where I set up a authenticated user, or I can strip out authentication by just clearing the callback. So I just have the a private func sitting here that gives me a little bit more control if I want to tweak it. But then I've got some standard setups of what most of my stuff might end up doing. And then the key change in the web application factory is these guys here. So the web application factory's configure services runs after your main web API configure services. So anything you do here is on top of your actual service. So everything here is replacing stuff that is in the real service with something else. So ideally, you want this as small as possible. That's not actually overly possible for me. So I've got a queue processing and other stuff kind of built in here to simulate out some of this stuff, like even this Stripe service, which apparently I can now kill off and run that. I do not believe in unit testing controllers, because in your I'm using minimal APIs, but the same thing applies there. When you unit test a controller, you're testing it under a situation that doesn't exist in prod, and I don't like that. It also means that you bypass testing all of like your middleware. So I very much favor controllers using Web Application Factory to verify that you've got your routes set up, that the DI is set up to resolve all of those dependencies, to make sure that startup works. And because you're doing this extra stuff here, I'm only like 80% confident my startup works, because it's possible that I've missed a dependency in my main one that I've injected here, and those types of bugs do slip by, right? But you add in this authentication with this this test auth handler, and this is the whole reason for that callback, is because I then have a way of going through and I create this little user context class that calls into my callback, which modifies it. But then you can set up your own claims identity, your own principal, and the sky's the limit here, right? You want to muck with and test out what happens when I have claim A but not claim B. Great. Have at it. Do whatever is needed. You can use this to intentionally call authenticate success fail. This is just the way I've set mine up that I like, but there's because these are classes that are completely in your control, you can do as you see fit. That authenticate async, it's really just being called from this authentication handler. My authentication handler takes in the web application factory, caches it, and then just calls back into it. And the only reason it calls back into the web application factory is to access that delegate that is being stored there. Right? And that's literally all there is to it. So it doesn't test the real auth. Like, it's really hard to test the real auth, especially if you've got like an OAuth 2 scheme setup, because you'd need like an identity server to actually do a full integration test. However, if that's what you're looking to test, a front-end web test is probably a better test to cover that. But I test all of my endpoints with my web application factory, and then a single UI test or even a manual test hitting your login page verifies the happy path. And after that, I'm pretty confident everything's working, because there's not very many categories of bugs that slip past. Let's see. Okay, so I was doing this. Cool, I'm gonna try it. Thanks, man. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, secretly, this project is a kind of a side gig for me to go through and do all of this, but the lessons learned here I've applied in a lot of different other areas, so it works out rather nice. Okay, so we're gonna do release groups, and we want the release group ID. Yeah, so I've been doing this where I just suppress the null warning here, because the nullability analyzer can't validate that by the time I'm using it, this delegate has actually been invoked. But I'm the developer. I know that this will be invoked, so I just tell the thing to shut up. That's basically all we do. Okay, so what are we doing here? Now that I know that some of these things, this is once again creating a user, creating a release, creating a channel, creating a project, creating a team. This is a lot of work for what really should be team, create complete team, right? That's why I have that method, because so much of my stuff requires doing this garbage. Then I don't need to do this. So let's see. When user is not part of owning team. So I intentionally do not want to add the user to the team. Okay. That is explicitly the case that we don't want to do. Okay, so what are we doing here? Get channel. Hold on. Why do I have get channel? Oh, this is release channel endpoint. Got it. Okay. So let's see. So get channel returns channel details. Okay, so I'm just validating the channel details release groups should have a count of 3. Let's see. And actually, should this have... This is using create complete team. So it is making the assumption that there should only actually be 2. This is a bit of a poor test, but let's see what I was doing. Channel release group sub 0. Rename this release group. Let's see. So this was pulling out the channel from the release groups, pulling the first one out. Should have element at 0. And this really should be release group. And then that doesn't exist. I think release group is going to give me a problem because I do not have a using up here for it. So it's going to be a name collision. Release group. Boom. We do that. That fixes the first one. There's nothing else we want to test on this, right? Because we're testing version. Yeah, created at is irrelevant. We don't actually care because it's not surfacing anywhere. Okay, and then this is once again release groups. And then this becomes release groups. And then this becomes release groups. Anytime you want to chime in, Copilot, you just go right ahead. You go right on ahead and feel free to help me whenever you'd like. Let's see. That goes there. About time, Copilot. Been waiting for you. What do I want to do here? Still can't figure out? Okay, thanks. You know this one yet? Not like I've been making the same changes over and over. Okay, and then we don't need the enum mapping stuff. That doesn't exist. Great. Okay, let's go down here. In case anybody knows how I'm doing this, the little itty bitty red thing, right? Oh wait, it's not that. Hang on. That Alt? No. Shift. What is it? Control. There we go. Control Shift. I can eventually figure out how to draw arrows. Let's see here. So what do we got? We got delete channel, deletes channel and related data. Okay, this is using the complete team one. Great. Pulls the channel out. And so we are trying to validate that all of the application ones. I think what we want to actually do here is grab the group as well. Release group. And then team projects channels. And then I think we do release group. It's channels release group. And then we go here and we go with release group Hold on. And then this should be release group ID. And we need one more of these guys in the middle. Between these two, release groups. Then this just becomes ID equals release group ID. Make sure those are deleted. Great. Next up. Internal endpoint test. Okay, so what are we doing? Get release returns release details. Yep. So this just really needs to be release groups, sub-0, because this is complete team. Great, great, great. Make sure all the details come back. Wonderful. Okay. Release groups, sub-0. And normally, just to be clear, this kind of code is crap, right? Hard-coded indexes, bad, 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 bad. Like this is a recipe for disaster. But in this case, it's a unit test. And if it doesn't exist, I actually want an exception thrown. So if you want exceptions, code like this. And in this case, I want exceptions. So we're going to get away with it for now. But remember, because these are tests and I want my test to blow up if there's problems, I'm kind of okay with letting them blow up when there's problems. But this kind of coding is a recipe for problems. There. Anytime you want to chime in, Copilot, anytime you want to chime in would be great. At least these ones are easy. Okay, that handles all the ones in that file. Moving down. Release endpoint tests. Okay, so what are we doing here? So download installer with valid data returns redirect. Okay, so the idea here is when you hit our API to download one of the installers, we are hosting the installers inside of a storage account. So what actually gets returned back to you when you hit the API is we generate up a URL to the storage account, but with a time-stamped SAS token on it. So you'll get back a download link in an HTTP 302, which things like HTTP client on our client SDK or browser similar will follow that link and then just pull down the file. And as long as you do it in whatever the configured timestamp is, you have to hit it in like the next 30 minutes or something. It's fairly generous, but if you try to save the link, it'll die. Okay, so this is querying application releases. It's pulling back the release channel. Why does it need the channel? It needs the channel because it wants to get the channel name. Okay, so this we just need to then go up the food chain. Then include release channel. This then becomes release group, release channel name. Great. Goes there. I think this is probably the same thing. Yeah, this is just going up the food chain. And these are just kind of tests, so I don't actually care too much if I have to do this too many times. So let's do release group, release channel. That pulls that back. Great. Let's see. Same deal on all of these. Okay. Group. Release channel. Sorry, my big fat head is in the way. While we're doing this, I'll be on this side. Ooh. Okay, and then this one here. So ensure release async. What is this doing? This is querying from the application releases with a version where the type matches and pulling it back. If the one that came back is null, it creates a new one and adds it to the context. So it ensures that a particular release exists in the database. And this is called by one of my helper methods that is used multiple times over. Got it. Okay, so down here, we want to create the application release. But we also want to sort of do the same thing. Is we want to validate that if the application release is null and we're about to add it, we want to find the relevant group. So we want to do release group. Release group gets await context release groups. Trying to decide how much I care, because this isn't filtering by like user or any of that stuff, and I think that's probably okay. Tempted to add a version of this with version. Yeah, I'm tempted. So this basically just tacks on an extra EF query, because remember, version is a bunch of individual values, and it follows the NuGet semantic versioning rule. So you've got 3 like dot numbers, and then you've got a optional alpha string on the end. So when you see like preview NuGet packages with -ci or something on the end of it, right? All that's doing is tacking on a string onto the end, which makes it a preview release. But this thing is doing something similar. And so I think I just want to duplicate this. And then I want to do these groups. The key thing here is this is a queryable and returning back a query. So these where statements are not the same as a where statement that you might use on a list or an array. These are expressions. You can kind of see here, right? Expression, not delegate. And expressions may be evaluated. Like in this case, the EF provider will parse the expression and convert that into a SQL string. Or the code taking in the expression could compile it and get the delegate out, or both. They're not mutually exclusive. Okay, so that gets us that, which means now down here I can do release groups and basically duplicate something kind of similar to what we did before, right? Is we're going to end up with something like this, and then we can do first or default async, right? And this goes nullable. And then if we're kind of going to end up doing the same kind of doohickey here. Let's see, what is the size? Yeah, we're hard coding the size here and here, so this is fine. Actually, what we might do here, we might just do this. Okay, you're going to be unhappy because size is required. We'll start the size at 0. This then goes into that release group. Becomes release group. Then we're going to do this. And then, because this just finds it, this creates it. We don't want to save changes, but I do want to do release group dot size plus equals application release size. That way it adds up appropriately. That makes sense. Okay, I really want to get the thing compiling so I can run the test and see how badly I've broken stuff. Okay, close some of these tabs. I got too much I'm looking at. Get team without releases returns 0 used byte. Okay, let's see. So this is getting the application releases. And we want to strip all of them out. So we're basically just looking for all of the applications from anywhere that are tied to this team. So this is simple. We just need to go up through the release group. No. Then through the channel, then through the project, then to the team. Right? Easy mode. And then go down to here. Let's see. So this is delete team, deletes team and related data. Yeah, so this is another case where I think we need to do a data release group. Release group. Pull that back. And then this is going to be release group. This becomes release group. Pulls that back. And then down here, somewhere between here and here, we do release groups. Release group ID. Great. That handles that. Okay, so what is this? Get use bytes returns team's total size. Okay, so this was very explicitly not using the other one so that we could control it. Okay, so what do we got here? We've got channel 1A, channel 1B, which are these guys here, right? Because the idea was we were simulating separate channels per project. So the 1 denotes the project. Right, and then channel 2 is for project 2, right, there, versus project 1 there and there. Okay, and then we create releases inside of each of these. And create release is just leveraging the same thing, so it's basically going to have the same version. So I think what we want to do is this is 1B, 1B. I think we just want to make, so these ones both we want a release group. Var, let's see, release group 1 gets create release group. Right, and then this becomes context release groups add release groups 1. And let's see, release group 1 release channel gets 1A. Because these both go into 1A, which means they both go into release group 1. This goes into release group 1. Release group 1. Release group. And I'm thinking release group 1 should actually be 1A just for symmetry. Right, so that handles those. We want release group B here, or 1B. 1B, 1B, 1B. And then this becomes release group 1B. Goes into there. That works. But none of them are in channel 2. Got it. Because I wanted to separate those out. Got it. So this becomes release group 1B. Okay. Got it. Okay, so that one should be handled. It's a fairly simple one of just making sure. Ooh, is that the end? That's the end of my scroll bar. Does it fit? Come on, compile. The running joke goes compilation, first unit test. Oh, so close. Oh, I did skip over some. Right, because I did skip over the processing tests, which we're gonna have to do battle with here in a second. Okay, but we're down to only 4 errors. Okay, so one of these is going to be the processing service, and one of them is going to be the test. Yeah, okay. Okay, so processing service. So this is one of the things that goes through when a user first uploads one of their installers. That was created with the SDK, which is great. And as part of this, by the time we've reached this point, we've already validated all the authentication. So the last bit here, and at this point, we've also validated that the file is good, right? It passes our parsing, it scans appropriately. We're not worried about malware or anything at this point with it. This is just, okay, the file's been uploaded, the file has been processed, we've moved it into the appropriate place in our storage account. Now we need to create database records so that it actually like shows up properly. So in short, it is moved from a file upload object to a real release object. And as part of doing this, we have to spin some stuff. And so we will, if you upload a brand new thing, we will actually go as far as to create a project for you if it's a brand new package ID. The big idea here is we wanted a nice simple demo that you can run .NET Publish and have a really slick 0 to up and running with just .NET Publish, which is pretty cool. Works kind of nice. But that does mean we come down here, and I think this one knows that it's able to create the application release. But I think what we need to do here is we actually need to do release group gets await context release groups. And actually we can do with version. I wonder why we don't have. Well, let's break this up. Let's see. Major, semantic version, minor, semantic version. I'm just kind of wondering if this should be in an extension, down in that extension method. Patch, semantic version, release. Okay, and then you are probably unhappy because that's a nullable thingy, a bobber. And then if release group is null, we want to spin a new one. Release group gets new. Nope, stop helping me. Stop it. Size gets 0. All right, so that's going to go there. And then we're going to come down here and we're going to do that. And what is your problem now? You probably want the version. Yeah. So major version gets semantic version major. Do the rest of them for me. Minor, patch, release. Okay. So that handles that. I think. Anything else I needed to set? Major, minor, release, size. Handled for me. I need to set the channel. So release channel gets release channel. Okay, and then this gets to be release group. This gets to be, hang on. Got it. This is actually release group ID, and this is release group because we may or may not have a valid instance to play with. And then when we are adding up to here, what we want to do is recalculate the size on it. And then the rest of the calculated things will be handled automatically. All right. Now on these tests, we want to make sure that we capture that size addition because that's going to be a very key thing to double check on this. Okay, so where are we? So what are we doing here? We are verifying, and this is process message with new package creates records. So this is just really needs to be release groups that include releases. Okay. So we want to do release groups. And so we actually want to validate this. Release groups. And then we do want to do this. But this actually goes down here, and then this becomes release group. And honestly, I am a bit torn about doing something like this versus just doing dot single here, right? It's just that this gives a nicer error message on failure. Okay. Now that we've covered that appropriately, let's see. So release group, major version. Let's see. So we basically want this because that is the version that's going to get set from the package. We want that. And then we want the size tested as well. Release group dot size should be in 24. I'm just looking at the release down below because this is a brand new one because it's with new package. So this is we're going to hit the null case on all of those and spin up all the records. It's kind of hard to simulate a case where some of the records are created. Like project existing is possible, but a lot of these objects like channel the user doesn't create per se. They get created for them as they published artifacts that reference them. Because they're really just organizational units. Okay, so that handles there. Now we're going to do the existing project case. So let's see. So this actually creates a project, creates a release. Should this be using the create full? Just trying to look and see what's going on here. Might, but it's doing something a little different. So let's not yet. Okay, so that'll get me there. This just needs to be in a release group. That goes in a release group. Okay. Kind of wondering if I feel the urge to set the versions here. I'm also flat out impressed that Copilot knew that because of this version down here, maybe it was the assertions that it knew what it needed to put there. That's kind of cool. This is going to return that as the version. Well, hold on. This is. Yeah, I mean, that's the version that the group needs to be in. But then the existing release kind of needs the same thing. But we kind of want this to be because this is a full package. So maybe we'll make this one a Delta package. Release major version 1. Okay, do the rest of them for me. Minor 2, 3, release label. And then we're gonna change this to be release dot type. And then we don't want you to be a full, we want you to be a delta. Right? Or we can even make you a setup. Right? Doesn't really matter. We don't care about this per se, because this could be anything. Setup.exe. Right? That'll work. Okay, so this should build it up. And we're going to make release group dot size plus or equals release dot size. Because those should be in sync. Because this doesn't set anything. This should probably actually default to 0. Rather than having a default size of 1024. We don't know how it's going to get used. And anybody using it should probably be setting it explicitly. Okay, so this needs to go down to release groups. And then this probably needs to include releases as well. Let's see. Var release group. And then this should be release group. Well, hold on, let's copy this before we get too carried away because we're going to need both. So this becomes release groups should have single. What was it? The contain single. Okay, and then this becomes release group should have 2 releases. Release group. This is ordering by major minor patch. Well, once you're in here, it doesn't really matter. Right? Because you're inserting into... I think we're going to need another test. Because I think we need one for creating the new group. Yeah, I think we're going to need one for creating the new group as well. Because this ordering only makes sense in the context of when there's different versions. But once we're inside the group, they're going to be the same version. So that doesn't really matter. But what we would like to do is filter on that and make sure that exists. Because this is the one that actually got spun up. We want to do that. And then on this guy here, for the release group, we want to do release group major version minor release group release label, and then we want to measure the size. This is 2048. Is that what we expect? Because we've called create release twice. They both have 1024, so this is the expected total size. And that's the key thing we wanted to test. Okay, build. Identifier expected. What did I do wrong? Oh, dang it. Turns out typing's hard. That might be a signal that I'm getting tired. I mean, it is nearly 1 a.m. Hang on. We're going to try something crazy. Rather than Mountain Dew, we're going to try water. It tastes good, but it tastes bland as well. It's lacking something like copious amounts of sugar. Okay, so send it. Let's see how good my test coverage is at the moment. We've already identified a handful of tests that need to be written. But let's make sure existing stuff is still working. We've got some stuff that isn't broken, at least one thing. And the API test we don't care about at the moment. So this is one other thing. This is both a blessing and a curse. I'll just show this off. Oh, 1 second. Let me move this out of this. This doesn't matter. This is the front end project, but whatever. So we're gonna invert this. So this is a snapshot test that is going against my API spec. Yeah, water, unprepared coffee. Correct. That is exactly what I mean. In an effort to make sure that all breaking API changes are explicit and not accidental, any change to the Open API spec requires an explicit approval. This test validates that the Open API spec for the API has not changed. It is the most obnoxious test I have ever created. It keeps me honest, but it's like, yeah. There are times I want to just disable it. So the key thing here that's pointing out, on my response types, channel details is now called release groups, and now we've got this release group thing. That's a brand new breaking API change. I'm actually kind of shocked that that's the only thing, but now that I think of it, it kind of makes sense. And I can see that my release group 1 has a property of ID and version. I'm also now acutely aware that I've broken my ability to get back application releases because there's nothing that's returning back application release anymore where it was previously coming back here. So that's exciting. So that test we don't care about. That's this one here. We just ignore it for the moment because it's the last one we do. Okay, but we did break a number of things that we should probably look at. We're going to start with the API ones. I always start with the simpler tests and work out to the more complicated ones. Let's see. Delete project didn't work properly. What was the problem here? So null reference exception. That's exciting. Object reference not set. Okay. What? The 547. So one of these guys is not properly set. Oh, we are not setting release, which is going to be a problem. Yeah, so that will probably fix that. So again, because I suppress the null warning, I then get a null reference here. See if that works better. And if it doesn't, we might just debug. Yay, test went green. Okay, that's just Kevin being an idiot. Another null reference exception. Let's see here. Yeah, once again, we have a project here, and I never assigned to it. So turns out that's probably not going to work. So that will probably be better now. So these are nice. They aren't actual bugs as much as I can't type. Or perhaps can't refactor, either one. Okay, test went green. That's nice. I didn't even read the error. Number of releases expected to be 3, but was 2. Oh, this is probably an issue because of the switch that we did in how things get grouped. Because this is using complete team. Yeah. So number of releases should actually be 2, but I'm thinking the project details. Why is this not? Oh, this is project details. So it's only expected to go down to the channels, and the channel has a number of releases. Yeah, so that's just a bad assertion. Because rather than getting one release increase per version or per asset, you're getting one per version. Which I think when people think about the number of releases that they have, that's the way that they're going to look at it. Is they don't care if there's a setup exe and a delta and a full package for them. That's just version 1.0, right? And specifically 1.0 on a channel, because like again, if you've got like Windows and Mac, those are separate channels, and so you've got a 1.0 on each of them. And so counting those separately per channel, I think probably makes good sense. Okay, so good news. None of those things were real bugs. Those were just bad refactories of the test. Okay, so let's check this one here. What's the failure? So expected number of releases to be 3, but was 2. So that's the first one. So that's probably an easy one because this is channel details. So the same refactoring. That's fine. That's what we expected. Okay. And then expected release group to be 101, but found this one. And you'll note the key thing here, the created at is what's different, right? I can see the IDs are 69 E1B, 69 E1B. Great. Version 101, version 101. Hour 3, I have a splash screen with a tiny image. That's progress, Pikachu. Don't sell yourself short. I will say some of the splash screens, especially with images, do get fairly complicated if you have to support like a large number of devices. iOS tends to be easier because the number of devices they have is much more limited, whereas Android, the number of devices that are out there is huge. And so getting something that scales properly on all of them, metric pain. Okay, so our created at here is what's biting us. So let's see here. So that's these guys here. So I think all we have to do here is change the created at to be release group created at. Then we're done there. Then probably end up doing the same item here. Let's see. This is asserting on a, it was asserting on a count of 3. I'm only building to Android, but my first win of the day was just getting the Android emulator working in the first place. Yes. Yes, absolutely. I will say this may come as a shock. It's actually better than it used to be. In ye olden days of Xamarin, we would always run third-party Android emulators because the built-in ones were such a performance nightmare that they were almost completely unusable. So the newer ones are actually better. I won't say they're great, but Hyper-V, yeah. Yeah. It is it is somewhat difficult to get it all working. And you do end up kind of having to do like multiple machine reboots and swap stuff around. Like it is an adventure just to get it set up. The fact that you got it working though, like don't undersell your accomplishment. Okay, so I'm curious here. So we expect 2 release groups. We expect the versions to match the created at. We don't expect more than 2. Okay. So I think the third one was an artifact of the fact that we previously had 3. I'm realizing that release group. Oh, so these guys can now drop off. But release group in my model should probably actually have. I'm wondering if it should have an asset count. It might need it. I once spent a couple hours matching the date time from the browser, the correct and necessary timestamps Postgre was expecting. Ugh. Ugh. That does not sound like a fun hour, Supercharge. Like that. That sounds like something that I would not wish upon even my interns. Okay, so that handled that. Now we just have one alien test here. Okay, so this actually isn't that bad. Like we did decent. The type date time in .NET is so much fun. Oh yes. Oh yes. Well, and some of our projects have actually gone as far as to ban its use. Specifically ban its use in favor of date time offset. Because date time is fraught with peril whenever you get into dealing with time zones and similar related bits. It just it's a kind of a nightmare. So when possible, we push everything to date time offsets and only go down to date times when we're down to the display local. But for web API stuff, you usually just send the offset all the way down and then let the client do it. Then it's not my problem. But yeah, depending on your database stuff, like that gets kind of hairy, and it also gets even more hairy when you start talking about like Pikachu. You're doing SQLite on a mobile app. Well, SQLite with EF Core doesn't support date time offset natively because let me see if I can get this right. Take this with a grain of salt because I'm doing this from memory. But SQLite doesn't support date time offset natively because their precision only goes down to it only goes down to milliseconds, I think. And so, but date time offset can do ticks, which are fractions of milliseconds. And so, or again, ish. And because they can't represent it accurately, it gets more interesting. Oh wow. Yeah, higher resolution but lower range. That sounds about right. It's interesting though. I'm surprised you need more range. They only go down to microseconds, and .NET uses date times. And this is one of those cases where I think the mismatch causes people more headaches than do the differences in these ranges. Like how many people are counting 10 million days? When is tick important? Um it really only matters when you need that level of accuracy and precision. Like microseconds are oftentimes good enough. But if you're doing imagine you were for example, if you were going to save off the duration of how long a unit test took. Because tests, like this thing is clearly only displaying, tenth of a second. So a millisecond would be fine. But for like performance benchmarks, the going faster than that or being more accurate than that is actually important because if you're testing like how fast an algorithm is, being able to go faster than a millisecond actually does count. I worked on an industrial printer at one point where we were trying to take pictures, and we had to go down to I think was it 10 microsecond? No, 10 nanosecond level accuracy. Um, because we were dealing with a real time chip, and we had to send data to it at that precision because we were printing PCBs and things were going really fast. And when you have lasers and printing really fast, small little bits in time matter. For the vast majority of people, that level of precision is irrelevant. Um, but for some applications, it matters. For a lot of cases, it doesn't. Like in a lot, I'm working on a project now where we've got MS SQL on the back end and SQLite on the front end, and we have to sync timestamps back and forth, and we just throw away things that are below a millisecond because we just don't care. Like in our case, we care about the minute. We don't like the seconds don't even matter. So it's like, we're getting down to fractions of a second, whatever. It's not relevant for what we're doing. So context matters. I remember in university at some point You build your project on hardware level like C++. Yeah. Yeah, and that I think that for a lot of computer science students, that's where they get their experience. Like for me, the university I was at, they did it in MIPS, and it was a lot of kind of teaching you how the low level hardware works. It was kind of a brief introduction to people who might want to dive into like firmware or similar. Um, yeah, I think a lot of universities teach it because they want software developers to kind of feel a little more well rounded. They don't want them to just live in the higher level languages and not understand how your higher level C sharp actually executes down on the CPU. Like they want to give at least some amount of visibility into how do I get down to the low level ones and zeros that are bit banging on my system. Everything I know about CLI I learned from YouTube videos. Uh, and frankly, there's quite a bit of the industry where you can learn better that way than um, anything else. Like people make really good YouTube content, and there is quite a bit. Anything smaller is imaginary. That makes sense. I've already forgotten why this test failed. Okay, so expected release group size to be 2048, but found 1024. That's the exact case we wanted to make sure did work. Let's see. Then I went to my first workplace, and my supervisor was adamant about he hates low level code, no generic, hates tests. Ugh. Yeah, yeah. There are people in industry that really don't like tests, and usually the argument goes something along the lines of, "Don't bother spending time writing tests because it does take time to write tests. Like it absolutely does take time to write tests, and it takes more time than not writing tests. Shocking. Um, however, I have been a firm believer in that it may take a little bit more time up front, but I believe in test driven design, not necessarily test driven development. The tests are the first usage of the code, and they make sure that you've gotten the design right. If it's hard to test, your design is probably bad. And yeah, like you said, Pikachu, they save you from problems later. Future Kevin really likes that past Kevin wrote tests. Really likes it. Um, I'm using Microsoft libraries and they are well tested. Yeah, I think it depends on what you're testing too, right? Like, I'm not spending time testing to make sure that things like GUID, new GUID generate properly. I just like that I take for granted and just say, yeah, Microsoft built it. I expect that they've tested it. Um, and I've worked with enough of the Microsoft engineers. The amount of testing that goes into testing like your base class library is insane. It's absolutely insane. I often will tell people there's not a bug in .NET, there's a bug in your code. I don't care what you think. The bug is in your code because most of the time that's exactly where it's going to end up being. But there have been times where bugs have cropped up. Like a colleague of mine just several months ago found a bug in the C sharp compiler. And after some back and forth with the .NET team, it was kind of decided that it was working by